Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Tennessee Regional live in the BullShooter 38th Annual Tour here. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by the one, only, and the legend, DJ Sayer, in the booth here virtually, covering the Pro-Am Cricket Bracket. DJ, I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah. Nope. Got some playback. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty excited as well. I know looking at the bracket, not the largest of fields, but Tennessee kind of a hotbed for dart talent. So, we always kind of talk about a lot of these tournaments. We get the random or the unknown that kind of pokes its head out. I'm curious to see what that'll be or who that'll be today.
Well, I think that we're actually looking at one of the teams that it might be. The Bad Boys team, we just saw Mason throw their young gentleman. I came into the room, and he immediately came up and said, hey, I'm really excited to be playing out here. And his partner, Kelly Thornton, played him in the non-pro in Florida this tour at the first stop. And Kelly did not shoot below a 5-2 against me in both games. And I promise I gave him a good match. Well, not that good of a match, let's be honest. But I tried to give him a good match, and they're on fire right now. So excited to see how this develops for him.
All right. Well, good to know right away. We get one of the tougher teams. So just to let everyone know, the brackets are on the BullShooter app, so you can find those in League Leader. Yeah.
Exactly, and we'll go ahead and put that link in the chat for everybody. So you just click that over there, and you'll be able to follow that Pro-Am bracket.
This is a second round of the winner's side, so
we'll go ahead
the bracket not too far along.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you did mention that not as many teams as we're used to seeing, but this is our first time back in a while at Tennessee, it seems. So excited to be kind of bringing out a different region. And I know a lot of players have been super excited to be back over here. It's been a good showing and honestly some good, I guess, vibes in the room, for lack of a better term.
And Kelly falling off a little bit here the last couple turns, but Mason still well above a 5. Mason looking kind of young. Do you happen to know about how old he is?
I just met him met him the other day, so I'm not sure exactly. He has a younger gentleman. I'm going to see if I can find that out real quick. I want to say I'm not even sure he's 21. Yeah, I was going to say, according to his Facebook, and I got a confirmation in chat from Tammy, he is 15.
Stop. He's not 15.
Born in 2008, according to Facebook.
Wow. All right. Well, okay. I wouldn't have called that young. I knew he looked a little young, but
I was thinking like 18, 19 probably.
Yeah, I had the 17 to 20 range. But yeah, 15, killing it. That's incredible.
Yeah, and I mean he's amped up. I mean he is super excited. He was like really amped to be on the stream when we were setting up here. I went out there and said, "Hey, hold on for a second, guys. We want to make sure to feature this match as we get everything going." And he was like ecstatic to be playing on the stream. So excited to see how this one will develop. He has a very clean setup and follow through, pretty much textbook as you go.
I'm gonna push back on you a little bit there. There's a little bit of body movement that I think he needs to work out, but yeah, all in all, I mean it's pretty close to where you want to be.
Well, Cotton there was not able to get more than 2 bulls there, giving Kelly Thornton the opportunity to close out this leg at number 1 here in this race to 3 format.
So Kelly's the one that you played in Florida, you said?
Yeah, so that we played in the non-pro, and then he ended up getting 3rd in the mixed trips, which is why he's playing the Pro-Am today.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we played, our first game was 15 rounds, and I shot a 4-9 to his 5-5, and it was just not even close. And then the second game, he shot another 5-5, and I was like, all right, you know what? I'm meant to be a non-pro.
So we are playing best 3 out of 5 today in the Pro-Am. The benefit of the smaller bracket does lend itself to longer format.
Yeah.
So I haven't really had a chance to look through the names. I'm gonna kind of browse through and see if we can't see some of the heavy hitters that we normally would see at tournaments. Looks like Danny Pace is in attendance. Brian Langley and Mark Liggett playing together. That's a tough one. Brett Davis and Jeff Hubbard. Obviously, we got these two teams. I see Joe Cheney and Timmy Bagley.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Cheney, I think, is a known commodity to most everyone, but for most of the soft tip people, if they're not from the Tennessee Southeast region, they're probably not going to know who Timmy Bagley is. And I can tell you from experience, Timmy was a dart player that was so good, he quit because he couldn't be perfect. Like I'm not even making that up. That's the story that I was told when Timmy stopped showing up to dart tournaments. Everyone was kind of like, "Hey, like where's Timmy been?" to the people that knew him well, and flat out they're like, "Well, he's one of these guys that like he couldn't handle missing." Like, so it's good to see him back. Hopefully, he's just having a little more fun with it. But yeah, if he and Joe should be the on paper favorites for today.
Yeah, well, they were playing great. They were in the King Seat match last night in the pro cricket, and then Timmy unfortunately falling in third place there to Donnie Lassie. And he put on a good show for us. He took 2 straight on that King Seat match against Cheney, and then Cheney rallied back up at the end there.
So fairly chalk.
Let's see. These guys are definitely getting a little bit more even keel in this second game here. A little bit more back and forth. It's really just about who gets that first big swing in momentum. You've seen a lot of love for Mason in the chat here. It's super cool because whenever you see these new players, and especially these young players on the scene, it's exciting because you don't know where that potential will develop and continue to grow. And following along with them, especially this early in their darting career, is something special to see. Kirby there didn't connect on that 20 on the last start. They're giving a huge opportunity for Thornton to really kind of lay the hammer down if he so chooses.
Yeah, it's starting to poke its head to looking like this may be a pretty quick match. Here's Kelly and Mason, both again early doors at a 5+. And honestly, that's the standard that it's probably going to take to knock off. I think there's 2 clear-cut teams that are a known commodity to me, and that's, like I said, Joe and Timmy, and then the other one was Liggett and Langley. So I would expect all 4 of those players to be 5+, but these guys proven that they can compete at that level.
Oh, certainly, certainly, and I'm excited to see the Cheney and Bagley team together. The one big question that we had yesterday was Joe Cheney definitely looked like he was in one of his shakier forms. I mean, and he'll tell you himself he was not happy with how he played yesterday. And we're going to see if that carries in throughout the rest of the weekend or if he can walk that off and maybe get a little bit more relaxed in a pair-style format.
So think about what you just said, though.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Cheney was not playing that well and won the pro singles.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
I mean, I think that speaks more to Joe's ability than it does to anything else.
Yeah.
We're just so expectant of Joe to show up and plays so well. But I think at the end of the day, I've talked about it in the past. When you're not practicing, and Joe will admit that he doesn't play as much anymore. When you're not practicing and you're not playing a lot, the first thing to go is the consistency. You are still capable of playing at your top level at any time, but you just don't do it as consistently. And I think it's still in there, and it just creates a lack of focus. But I guarantee you, and without even watching it, in moments when Joe needed it yesterday, he locked it in.
Oh, absolutely. And that's how he ended up coming out on top. I mean, he had quite the scare against Timmy when he started off 0-2 and then had to rally in full force to get back there. And you're absolutely right. His ceiling has not gone away. He has one of the best A games in the U.S. The question is, how consistently will he be able to bring it out throughout the rest of the weekend? Great shot there from Mason Sasser.
Yeah. So did you find out where Mason's from exactly?
So Mason is actually from, I just had it pulled up here.
Are you Facebook stalking?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Facebook stalking. I believe he's from the Alabama area. I know for sure Kelly came from the Alabama area to the Florida BullShooter. I'm going to assume they're from the same area. I could be wrong there.
Alabama's kind of a big state.
Yeah, Montgomery, Alabama there. Thank you, Don.
Okay. All right. Well, that kind of makes sense. I know quite a few other good players from that area. I'm unfamiliar with Kelly, by the way, but yeah, he certainly seems a player as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been having some great runs at these regionals. I don't know if he actually ended up making it to Ohio, but in Florida, I mean, every bracket he was in, it was a top 5 finisher better.
And there we see Mason capping it off with 2 double bulls, averaging 5.25.
That is great stuff to see from the young man there. 2 straight advantage now going up for Bad Boys versus Old and Young. Yeah, this is going to be an early showing of what these teams are capable of, and there's some good ones. I know for a fact the next one we get will be the Teabaggers versus Langley and Liggett on our next match here for our semifinal winner side.
Oh wait, so that's the 2 teams that I highlighted as being the 2 best on paper, or the best known commodities to me. So yeah, that should be a cracker for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, between those 2 teams, only one leg was dropped in their bracket run to get to this point. So to get into the King C match, that'll be an exciting one. I'm glad we have that one coming up to us shortly after this one concludes. Just want to thank everyone for watching along with us for our coverage of the Tennessee Regional. Make sure to give us a little bit of a share. Let your friends know that you're watching this, as we're excited to be bringing you coverage all weekend long here in Nashville, Tennessee. Great.
James looks at it and hits it. Yeah.
Yeah, great last start dagger there. Trying to find some momentum for their team. They haven't been miles off, but they certainly have not been in control of the legs they've been in. So a huge moment for them potentially.
Well, and getting broke in the second leg, you know that you're up against it, because even if you win this one going first, you're going to have to win leg 4 going second.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall task with the numbers and averages. I mean, everyone on this match has been getting consistently better as it's gone on.
Well, that's shown in the numbers. I mean, nobody below a 5 now.
Yeah, I told Kelly when I saw him out here, I said, all right, you beat me so bad, I decided to give up playing again and going back to commentary, so you better win something. Mason now needs to find quite a few 17s there 2 trips will get him ahead and doesn't connect on the second dart.
Now Kirby, we seen play a really good leg, kind of off screen before we got going here. Went 9-9 and then finished it on the bull.
I mean, when you put up shots like that and you show that you can string together back to back to back great shots, it's phenomenal stuff. It makes you a threat in any bracket. I mean, we'll hammer it home all day. It's about how well you can play consistently, especially in a pro-am format. You're not always playing with partners you're as familiar with, rather than a open bracket or a pro-only bracket. So interesting to see the team dynamics and how that's going to play a factor in their runs.
On Kelly's last shot, he actually had the lead with his third dart, and elected to stay on the 17s. I would have liked to see him go at the 20. He only hit a single, so you got to imagine he probably wouldn't have hit it. But when you're losing 9 points per triple, even down in score by a little bit, I will take a stab to take away that 20.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's something that Gordon and I were hammering home yesterday is that prime real estate, you need to get it off the market if you have the option with advantage. Maloney, I am sorry about everything Gordon said about your doubles yesterday.
No, don't apologize for that. He knows.
Oh, I'm sure he's well used to it at this point.
I will admit, I've come back towards the center. I used to be far, I don't know, left or right, whatever you want to call it. As far as like, there's no doubles in cricket as well. Now, I still contend that in still tip, you absolutely do never throw at doubles. But at the top level in soft tip, I will admit that I don't think you're giving up as many because the percentage that you're going to actually hit the double is so high. I mean, at the top level, we're hitting doubles at least 1 out of 2 darts more often than not. So I still think you should throw at the triple because there's positive EV there, but yeah, I don't think it's as bad as what it normally was.
I think that's more.
And that's because the level has gotten so high.
Exactly. You beat me too. I was going to say that's a testament to how much the game has grown. I mean, really this post-COVID darts renaissance that we're seeing of this skill gap going higher and higher and averages being higher than ever. It's certainly special.
So James now looking to wrap this leg up.
Just needs to take his time with it.
Think about it. Yeah, I think I could have called him missing that first dart just by the way he was thinking.
Yeah, it should have been a clear approach. Just go for the 3 singles there. Hitting the wire, if you hit the trip, that's great because you can get a couple extra bulls added on via points. But instead he gave Mason.
Looking for the Hucklebuck.
Last one helps, but 4 mark is all that's needed from Kirby at bare minimum here if he wants to close and have point lead. Or how about a 7? That's even better. Deciding to stay on the bull there. Not going to be too happy with that as James just needs 3 to take this leg and make it 2-1 in the advantage of Bad Boys.
And with the start in leg 4. And truly, given the way they've been playing, they're going to be a tough task to break.
No outshot for Mason here.
Well, there was.
Oh, never mind. My math was off there. I was looking at the wrong side for the Bulls. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I thought he caught the double with the first start.
It was a good attempt at it. Kirby just needs to stay true here. And he does. But you're absolutely right, DJ. I mean, this is going to be the opportunity now for the Bad Boys to take it here. They have the throw. They just need to start off strong. Mason just gaining some composure before approaching the Aki.
Yeah, now we're getting to test his mettle. We've seen him play pretty well to this point, but they've kind of had it all their way until that last leg. So now we'll see how he can handle the added pressure of the other team actually putting in a solid leg and stealing a leg.
And it's certainly a benefit to a slightly elongated format here in this race to 3 style is that you get more time to figure out what's going on. And I know just as much as any of these other guys, when you're playing in that stream room, it feels a little daunting. So getting a couple legs in to kind of forget about it makes everyone play a little bit better, it seems.
Well, that'll certainly settle Mason down with Kelly putting in a couple of trips, giving his team a pretty solid lead.
Oh, doesn't catch an Alaska, deflecting out there. Good attempt there from Kirby to find the 7, but now that he doesn't, Mason with a 2-house advantage can go right at it. What a last start there from Sasser.
James is really struggling in this one. A 2 mark followed by a 1 mark. Not what the doctor ordered.
Certainly not. Let's see how bad it hurts, though. Kirby looking to load it up here. Maybe even borrow a 4th dart if he can. The gap has been slightly closed, but Mason's not messing around. I mean, he is just on fire at the moment.
He even went to score. It was dirty.
I think it shows how much that they're not messing around, taking a little bit more of a conservative approach, just trying to guarantee a leg, especially when they're the ones on match points. They just have to break the other team down and kind of put them in a battle of attrition almost.
So we do know the opponent for the winner of this one. So the winner of this one will take on Barry Bear and Chris Chisholm. And that'll be a semifinal match of the winner's side. So 3 bulls now for Mason to polish this one off.
And a very convincing 3-1 win for the Bad Boys once this connects. Oh, no, catches low. Might get in one more round in. Unless Mason has something to say about it. Mason Sasser, Kelly Thornton coming out on top there. James and Kirby getting sent to the loser side of the bracket, but are not out of it yet. We'll take a look around here and kind of see the room's nice and full with a lot of action going on here, and we're going to continue bringing great action. So just give us a quick moment here. We're going to get those guys over to the board, and then we'll be back with the action in just a moment here. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer in the booth. Don't go far, folks. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and darters alike. Nick DeSherry here, and I got a big upgrade in the commentary booth here.
Whoa. I wouldn't go upgrade. I mean, unless you want me to mess things up, then yes.
Well, we have a good one coming up here, LJ. We got Joe Cheney, Timmy Bagley going up against Brian Langley and Mark Liggett here. And DJ and I were talking about it. This is probably two of the favorites in this bracket going up against each other to get into that King Seat match. I mean, this is exciting.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is definitely looking in the room here. For sure, this is the match to watch. These guys are probably amongst the top, just in the U.S. Here and being here is big.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see how things continue. Timmy yesterday making a good reappearance in the Dart live stream for us, right, and put on a good show in that King Seat match. Joe Cheney was one of those guys that struggled but ended up fixing it at the right time to come out on top, beating out Donnie Lassie here for that storyline.
Yeah, I got to give him a hard time about it last night, too. I said, it's about time you showed up. And he agreed, so we got a good chuckle out of it, but it's good to see that he's definitely picked it back up where he left off. Little off here and there, but still pretty consistent, which is great to see.
Yeah, certainly 6 mark there. Does get that point lead, but Mark Liggett in control. Finding a first start trouble, give him free reign to do whatever he wants after. Good placement there. You might just try to stack it in on that dart and then go for those 18s.
Ooh.
Kind of got away from him. It looks like he pulled it straight on down and then finds it right again.
Yep. Nope. That was a good decision to go back. That 18, it didn't look like he finished his throw at all. It fell out.
It looked like one of my darts, LJ.
I've thrown quite a few that way. If I remember correctly, when we were playing around yesterday in the bullpen.
Chainsaw here. They're definitely down in real estate at the moment. 20s and 17s going in the other direction. And, yeah, a little bit of a nightmare scenario. Mark Liggett, if he can throw another 6 mark as he did in the previous go, will be more than keen to take leg number 1 here.
Oh, bad blocker dart coming in high. Looks like shooting for the double.
Yeah, I don't agree with that stay there. That first star is in the way, and you have no immediate need to get that number. When you have 2 houses to point on or the 15s to grab instead, there's no real reason to chase it there.
No, and that's one of the rare occasions where if you're going to stay with that number, that's where I know DJ and Gordon always say there's no doubles in cricket, but that is the one time that if you're staying on that number and you block that trip, you definitely want to shoot at that double.
And the trouble continues on the 16s, just not connecting there for Langley. So now you see Chainsaw, he's going to jump on over and see what he can do with this opportunity. First start trip gets him that point advantage. He went for those 20s first, trying to shorten this game a little bit down. I like getting rid of the 20s, but one of those darts, I feel like he needs to throw those 16s there, at least add a dart for Liggett. Let's see what he's able to do. Switching over to those 15s now. Finds it there, and now needs to go back to those 16s, deciding if he wants to do that. Very interesting strategy choice at the moment here. Does go outside on the double 16, proving Gordon Dixon correct and Mike Maloney wrong.
Big 6 mark there.
Yeah, certainly good timing on that. Forces a tougher shot here for Brian.
Yeah, at least makes him think about it before he just blasts.
Yeah, and you needed a 4 mark to get that point lead, so he's forced to save that on the last.
Yeah, at least he got the 6 mark out of it. But yeah, it's not quite enough with Joe following you.
Yeah, first start trip wouldn't have gotten the point lead, though, so wasn't too much of a risk. And forces Cheney to kind of just stay there and load up and see if he can tee up for Timmy to knock out of the park here. Mark just gaining that composure. I mean, this is getting a little scrappy here in the second half of this leg. Doesn't regain the point lead. Huge moment here now. Timmy does need to shut down these numbers here. No reason to mess around with it. Down 2 houses. Go right at those 17s and follow that mark that you have. He's going to stay there and close it. And then last start here. Does he close or point? He goes for the close and doesn't connect.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, honestly, as always, when you got one last start, you tend to want to go for the points, but also I can see the decision to go that way. You're already there. You're close to 17. Shift over slightly to the 15 is not a terrible idea, but you got to hit it.
Yeah, you have to, right? Because that single 17 or single 15, excuse me, did not make any impact there. A single 16 would have meant so that they wouldn't have had the point lead after that first dart. And it's something that looks like it will wind up being costly in a leg that they were almost able to steal back.
Yep.
Not over yet, though. Mark still has to hit these 3 bulls, or else there will be an outshot available for Timmy.
Yeah, definitely applies the pressure because of that not grabbing the point lead when they had the extra set of points when they had the chance.
That's a good start to his campaign on the bulls here. Just needs to stack up on top of it.
One more.
A little bit congested there. Got to be careful. Goes high on it. Huge moment now. Oh, my goodness. 1 bull to get the point lead. 2 15s to close. 3 mark needed for Timmy. Two 15s.
There you go.
That's exactly what they need to do. Stay focused, calm, and composed, and executed well there for Timmy and Joe. They came back in a league that they were definitely out in, it seemed. And you're gonna have to imagine that Brian and Mark here are a little frustrated at themselves, and let's see if it carries over to the next leg or if they're able to regroup, recompose, and throw straight.
I would say knowing Brian, yeah, he's already let it leave his mind. He's ready for this game, and he shows it right here with the start right out the gate with the 7 mark.
Yeah, good stuff there from Langley.
Oh, that catch the flight on that one?
And it looked like he kind of snatched it. He's been
Yeah.
we've been having like this recurring thing with Joe Cheney where he's kind of holding on that dart a little bit too long, kind of dragging his arm down. We saw it on his diddle yesterday where it was well outside the bowl, and a couple of moments where those darts aren't leaving his hand properly. And as DJ was saying, it's because of the fact that he doesn't play that much.
Yeah, he says he hasn't been practicing like he used to or he should. So that definitely seems to be affecting him a little bit here, but clearly not to the point where it's anything to worry about because it's really just once you get into that rhythm. But yeah, that one looked like maybe pushed it a little bit.
I mean, it's a testament that when you're on your B or C game, it's still better than most people say.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I was like, if I could have Joe Cheney's B game or C game when I'm playing League, like, I'd be good.
Yeah, at this point, I just wish I had any a small iota of his talent on the dartboard, because his cadence is super cool as well. I mean, he just is always calm, cool, collected, and when he's in a bracket, he will do a deep run 9 times out of 10.
Yep, got the big close there with the last start. Again, trying to not make it so easy for Mark to walk away with this.
Yeah, I do like the switch after the first start simply because that's right in the dead center of the treble there, and he was worried about a deflection, so decided to move off it quick. Normally a good shot, but unfortunately those last 2 just fell flat.
Ooh. Timmy coming up short there. Gets it with the last one, though. That was way to stick with it. That's those, where you feel it. It's coming, and you walk the darts in. Those 2, unfortunately, landing in the 4 definitely need to be in the 18, even if they were only singles with getting that trip at the end.
Right in there taking the last start swing at those 18s. Only finding a single means 2 trips will get Joe Cheney ahead. Needs to find it.
Oh man. Yeah, he's not missing by much, but yeah, it's unfortunately for what we're used to, that's a little uncharacteristic of seeing Joe, because normally he hits that trip on the third.
I mean, peaks and valleys is always going to be a big talking point in darts. You're going to have your highs and your lows. It's about making sure your lows aren't so low,
Right.
your highs are as high as possible, and that's true for every player. No matter if you're pro, beginning, been playing for 20 years, been playing for 5 minutes, it's going to happen to everybody. And it's just about how you deal with it. We always talk about the infamous word dartitis, and having a hitch, and those are just parts of how people deal or struggle to deal with these peaks and valleys.
Was a big 9 mark around there for Timmy. Let's see what Brian can answer with.
4 mark would get him the point lead.
How about a 5?
That'll work here. Joe Chaney does have a white horse opportunity to kind of close out the bottom section of the board entirely. But he's one of those guys where if he hits the first dart trip at the points, he kind of likes to stay. That hangs, though, so yeah, he's going to move.
Man, that was a tough miss. I like the decision. You're fighting with the lower point number and getting just enough for the point lead. I kind of like the decision, being that this is, like you said, it's the scrapping now. It's the back and forth, trying to fight and claw for that win.
Yeah, but this is a big risk, and it looks like it's going to be just all right there, as the first dart triple from Mark did give him the opportunity to slap right back. But it did work out well. In the twilight moments of this leg, what can Timmy and Joe do to get a 2-0 advantage?
Opting to stay for the single to get the point lead, only by 4 points, though.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward situation.
I would say needed that triple.
Brian pops that 16 and goes back to the 17. Great shot there. Yeah, he had to either close the number or open up those 15s there, because with that X on the 17s, it gets pretty dire pretty quick.
Right.
Yeah, he had to stay there with a 5-3 bull and point differential there, so needed that 6 mark. Good shot there from Joe Chaney. Oh, that's hanging. He had to move to the side here. Oh, there's no way he can see into that triple at all. Yeah, and he tried to overcompensate, and it got away from him. So now Timmy, I mean, you see Timmy just walking up so quick to the line there.
Yeah.
He was a bit eager on this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, kudos, because I'd probably be like, oh, you left me a window? Absolutely, I'm going to take it. That last one just hitting enough of the flight to kick down into that, too.
Yeah, with a 43-point difference, 5 bulls needed to get the advantage back. Yes, Dan, that is correct. They are partners, and they were enemies in the king seat match that we saw.
Frenemies?
Frenemies, yeah, that's a fair term. Yeah, once enemies, now compatriots playing together here. 3 bulls to take a 2-0 advantage in this race of 3 format. Single 15 would have added another bull, which is why he went down there first.
Going for the double bull? Nope, opted for the shot at the 15, but again, that one dart just kind of blocking.
Yeah, well, this is big risk now. 3 bulls is all that's needed rather than 4 if he hit a single there. Oh, this might happen. Single bull needed. Needs to stay true. Trip 15 to sneak this one away. Oh. Definitely kind of psyched himself out in that last start there, and huge sigh of relief for the other team.
Another bad blocker dart. That trip 10 just keeps jumping in the way.
Yeah, very unfortunate the way that's lying right now. Have to stay on those 15s here and hope you find a trip. Doesn't do so. So we'll not add another bull here. Single bull and and the trip 15 needed.
Well, that dart almost looks like it came out sideways. That first one.
Good correction. Oh.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah, that first start was definitely wonky. I mean, you can tell these twilight moments of these legs, they're really getting, I wouldn't say nervy. I don't think anybody here is feeling particularly nervous, but more so just not as strong as we're used to seeing.
There's a big last getting that trip. Definitely needed there.
Did you see a little
Yeah,
celebration there?
Joe gave himself the fist pump, like, yeah.
I do want to give a big shout out to our winners yesterday. Joe Chaney winning that pro singles and getting a spot in the invitational shootouts alongside with Nicole Piercing as well. And I believe I got to double check who won the non-pro there. I don't recall off the top of my head. Unfortunately, we weren't able to catch that bracket because they ran quick.
Yeah, it went way faster than expected. I don't know if they got it in there.
And Joelle Stockdale that took down the non-pro.
Filling it up.
Yeah, this has been real back and forth here. I mean, this shows how gritty these players are. They don't care about the situation. They'll keep fighting no matter what. Shaney needs these 2 bulls. Decides to just stay there. He was not feeling consistent. Loads it up there for a 9 mark. 3 in the bed for the chainsaw. Revving it up.
Very nice. You wanna send the links for the bracket into the chat so this way everybody can follow along at home? Again, this is our Pro-Am bracket this morning.
And, of course, if you guys want to follow along, check the chat for links to the bracket that I just put in the Pro-Am there. But you can also pull it up on your app. Go to the BullShooter app. Once you're there, go to the Tournament King section. See all events, not just my events, and you'll be able to see all the brackets available. Timmy and Joe do take that 2 straight advantage now going into the next leg here.
Yeah, definitely applying the pressure. You got to think Brian's really worried and focused now. See what he comes up with. Ooh, only getting the trip.
Yeah, it's not very often that you're going to see these 4 players and the highest average being a 3.57, you know?
Right.
Very rare moments, and you can see Joe just taking away those 20s immediately. I had a funny interaction with Timmy. I saw him last night walking by, and he's like, you know, I just love when I just disappear for a little while, fall off the list, come back, make waves.
Right, right. Yeah, and as always, remember, when you're coming to a BullShooter, you can always play up a level. You just can't play down. So if you've fallen off the list, you can always play up. But when you win, you're back.
And always just remember, pre-register for your events, because if you're like me and accidentally oversleep at a BullShooter and you have to sign up for the for the pro because the non-pro is already full, I know for a fact every time at Florida that has happened to me at one point or another. Joe Chaney does find it on the last there. See Mark just pounding those 18s away immediately. And I mean, they're trying to rally right here. Mark and Brian really want to make sure they don't lose 3 and out in this match here. They only dropped 1 leg going into it, winning 6 straight, or 6 for 1, excuse me, going into this match here. Of course, Chaney and Bagley did not drop any legs. They had a bye and then won 3 straight over biscuits and gravy. That sounds delicious.
I was going to say, and as I'm looking at a menu of food, it helps even more.
Good moment here for Joe. Oh, but that's hanging low. He knows it's awkward. He has to get to the side, find that trip, and then probably pivot off it because there won't be much room left if he's able to sneak one in. Yeah, caught high on the dart and it flicked right up. And does get underneath on the last there, but it was a very tricky situation. Mark is going to be keen to get rid of those 17s if he can. But needs to get that point lead. Oh, frustration there. Last start does connect, getting that point lead back, but handing the opportunity back over to Timmy. See what he's able to do with it. The timing seems right now. Yeah, I just wanted to stay on the 17s and load it up. And I think that's a sign of comfortability or not. I mean, we already know that Timmy and Joe are more conservative style players with pointing, but also they're not hitting as well as they normally are used to hitting. So they're going to play a little bit more conservative and not take the riskier shots.
Right. Yeah, those high risk, high rewards, if you're not hitting, it makes it really bad because you definitely leave yourself open for the loss.
Oh, what a shot there, though. Joe Cheney revs up the chainsaw. Good stuff there. 58 points down means that a 7 mark's going to be needed to regain that point lead. Last start there decided to stay on. I think there was an argument to potentially pop that 17 with the single there. Yeah, and this is exactly why he can just bury it at this point. And Timmy's been playing that point style and hits a huge dagger on the last. That really hurts.
Yeah, that definitely puts a stink in the shot now.
Yeah, 110 point difference between these two teams. And a 9 mark there, though. Brian not going down quietly in this one. He closes that gap within 20 points there. Puts a little bit of pressure here. Just kidding. He doesn't feel pressure. He's just a chainsaw.
It's like he's ripping on through it.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy to think that you could be on a 6-1 tear and then potentially lose 3 straight.
Timmy going to close it. And he does. Wow, banks that last start right into the triple to get the 2 marks left that he needed there. Brian going straight at the bullseye. Needs a double. Ooh, and he flights on that second one. Yeah. Little letdown, but, you know, got to shake it off, bounce back. See if Joe leaves it open or if he takes it down. Oh, we went for points first. Okay, nails the trip. That's good. And gets that double bull. Nice.
Yeah, playing a little bit safer there. They're just confirming the win. You know, you want to guarantee that you can get into that king seat match, and they are 1 bull away from doing so in a 3 straight fashion.
Yeah, nice double ball in the end, just not enough. Timmy looking to seal this one up. And does so with the first dart. Nicely done.
Yeah, 3 straight win there. Congratulations to those guys, as that was a good showing from them there. And they will move on. Next match that's going to be coming up for you here. Looks like we're going to have Bad Boys taking on Chisholm and Bear coming on the stream here in just a moment's time. So don't go far, folks. We are excited to continue bringing coverage of the Tennessee Regional for the 38th annual tour here. Nick Teixeira and the lovely LJ. Way better than DJ. 1 letter change, big difference.
Is it? Does it help?
Yeah. All right, guys. We will be back in just a moment's time.
The 38th Annual BullShooter World Tour is set to begin September 8th. The tour will be your opportunity to qualify for an invitation to the 3rd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2024. To qualify for an invitation at the regionals, win first place in the Pro Cricket Singles, Pro 501 Doubles, or the Women's Combo Singles. The European BullShooter will award 2 invites. The finals in Chicago on Saturday, the 501 Doubles, place first or second in the Pro AA, Pro, Women's AA, and Women's A levels, or Monday's 501 singles, the Pro and the Pro AA levels. And of course, our top 2 finishers from our 2nd Annual BullShooter Invitational Shootout 2023 will receive their invitations. We're looking forward to seeing everyone out on the tour.
Just because they were hitting the bull during it.
Gotcha. All right, we're live.
Oh,
Can we hear? Can we hear?
Are we live? Are we live?
Oh,
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LJ here, joining alongside me, Nick DeShera. Excited to bring you the other side of the semifinals for the Pro-Am. Super exciting stuff. We got to see Bad Boys earlier. Mason Sasser, Kelly Thornton going on a tear and winning in very convincing fashion. The 15-year-old has been starting first and been throwing great. Of course, this is going to be no slouches here. Chris Chisholm, Barry Bear, who have had a 6-2 win ratio going into this.
that's a pretty good ratio.
I would have to agree. And Mason Sasser starting off with a 6 mark there. 7 mark there. I can't even count. Are we
That's
good?
Okay. We're here. They can hear us, and all of the oopses.
And all the oopsie daisies. And we'll see. I mean, Mason's really been setting the pace. And it shows a testament that Kelly's trust in him. 15 years old, starting in this, you know?
I mean, that's good. Not only does it help, obviously, get going because he's starting out pretty good, but the confidence builder, getting your feet wet into the tournament world, and especially at a BullShooter where you've got guys like Joe Chaney and Brian Langley that you got to eventually meet up with in the brackets. So good stuff to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. These guys are going to be putting on a show, and I know for a fact that Mason just really wants to light up the board as much as he can while he's getting his time in the limelight here. And what will certainly be, if he keeps throwing the way he has been throwing, something we're going to see more and more of throughout the rest of this tour.
Just that smooth flow, like everything's very fluid with his throw, which is good to see. Nothing like you were saying before about the hitchiness or anything like that.
And DJ did put out a good point. The one thing is he does have a little bit of body movement. He uses his body to kind of remind him when to release that dart, right?
Yep.
It can add some inconsistencies, but when it's in sync, it is working like a charm for him.
Right.
You can see Kelly's just going to be playing that support role here and doing what he needs to do.
That's a good role to be in when you got that room to do so, because there's no pressure and your darts just start flying real smooth.
Barry Bear just going to be staying on those 17s all day. Finding it on the last here, but with only 2 marks needed to close, I expect Mason to take it away here. I don't want to sound biased towards him because, I mean, Chris Chisholm and Barry Bear have been on a great run. It's just, I mean, it's electric watching this kid right now.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Smooth. So smooth. Nailing the 8 mark like, oh, you want an 8 mark? Let me get that for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much youth talent that's really just been coming out all across the U.S., and it shows you that next generation of dart players is going to be even better than last. And that's kind of crazy to sound, right, with how many high averages you see. But, I mean, there's some exciting players coming out of the woodworks.
Hey, I'm on board for it. I like to see the new, fresh faces coming out and really holding their own because, again, there is a lot of old mentality out there of, you know, you got to earn certain ways, and it's good to see the young ones coming out and firing off and really representing and pushing themselves into that forefront, is that proving they can hang with these guys.
Yeah, it seems like some of these players are just born with darts in hand out of the womb, it seems like, with how well they throw. It's actually crazy. I mean, Mason Sasser here averaging a 6.3 at the moment and going to continue to keep up that average, especially if he pounds away these bulls here. Oh, that's a good marker for him. He can ride that barrel in. And he does.
Oh,
what
man.
A shot there from the kid. Mason Sasser, 6.25 to start off leg at number 1 here in the semifinal.
I would say at this point, it's do you just welcome Mason to the pro list already and just be like, you know what, congratulations, good job.
You should. I mean, you saw Barry and Kelly back there just having a laugh about it. They're like, what is going on?
Great darts.
I mean, no one's going to be. It's one thing that you can get a little bit frustrated when you're going against such a high-level shot, but when the high-level shot is born in 2008, it definitely makes you just be like, yep, this is just cool. I'm glad to be a part.
Here we go.
I think I was playing my Nintendo Wii for the first time when this kid was born.
I'm just not gonna discuss how old I am, so we're good.
Okay, nothing wrong with being 32.
Uh,
I just took a shot in the dark there. I had no
my
idea.
my mind still says I'm 21.
Well, the gray hairs say otherwise.
Absolutely.
Kelly here, great board situation for him to kind of just run away, going right at those 19s. A little frustrated there. He definitely knows how important this close is to get that 2-house start and has to switch off on the last.
And that's okay. That's again with that role that Kelly is in. All he has to do is stay focused with the solid singles at this point. If Mason keeps it going,
I mean, he certainly seems keen to. This kid is just throwing electric darts. We do appreciate all you guys tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from. We see some people tuning in from Rockford, Illinois. We have a lot of people from that Montgomery area watching the Young Buck on the stream here, and we're excited to continue bringing coverage of this Tennessee Regional here over in Nashville, Tennessee. Well, Franklin, but who's counting?
it's the same thing.
Basically. Kelly going to try to recover from the last round here, and he's going to recover in stride, it seems. Good marker there to find that 18 in the last.
Ooh.
Gets away from him. He kind of pulled that one over.
I like that he slowed down, but yeah, it didn't look like maybe the dart shifted in his finger as he went to go release, because it didn't look like it came out the same as that second dart did.
Yeah, well, I can tell you when I played Kelly Thornton in the non-pro in Florida, he did not shoot a 3-0 against me. He didn't shoot below a 5-2 against me. So, unrelenting player. But I think he kind of has a little bit of comfort knowing that he can just be the anchor. He can just hit what he needs to hit, make sure to get those closes, and kind of just let the young buck take the rest.
Yeah, definitely, for sure here. The pressure has definitely been applied to these guys here. Chris getting a 6 mark in, but just that you can tell it's the frustration setting in. You see it on these guys' faces. And again, you can see the comfort in Kelly's just knowing that Mason's got it. All he has to do is close.
You can see you see Mason kind of point up there and wanted a little extra on the board. With a 100-point difference here, no way for the other team to get the point lead. I think, honestly, staying on those 15s or even getting a bull out of the way would have also been a good shot there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was pointing to go up or if he was more like, come on, you just need get that one triple in there, close it out.
Maybe he's just so good he can will other people's darts into where they go.
If that's the case, I'm going to have a go talk with him because when I get back, I got Tuesday night darts, and I'm going to need some help.
Oh, there you go. Oh, Tuesday night darts. Get me in on that league. I'll give you some lessons. Actually, not true. I tried to say that earlier, and then I didn't win a single game. Yeah, Chisholm here, only able to get a couple bowls in, it looks like. Oh, unlucky deflection on the last one there. So 1 bowl needed. Kelly Thornton to take a 2-0 advantage here with Mason Sasser. And does connect. There's some fist bumps going around. These players are going into leg number 3. 2-0 advantage right now for the bad boys. What you going to do? What you going to do? What you going to do when they come for you? Barry Bear to start us off. Kind of chucked that last one up awfully quick. I mean, he has a quick rhythm with his throw, but it kind of seemed like that last hour was a little bit rushed in comparison, throwing at near Danny Lavi speeds. And a lax start there from the kid. They all looked at Kelly and they said, "Was he human or something?" They all had a laugh about it there, as I think that was the first time we've seen him hit less than a 4 mark in quite some time, if at all, in this match. Chris Chisholm only finding 2 there. Means that Kelly can't get the point lead on this, or can't get the point lead and go for the close here.
If I'm not pushing buttons over here, I'm pushing buttons on a phone over here.
That's true. Good shot there from Kelly. Barry Bear deciding the game plan here. Needs a 4 mark to get that point advantage. It's going to have to stay up now. Does kick it into the uprights on the last.
Now it's your turn to push buttons over here. Oh. So Mason fell off all of a sudden, only getting 1 trip 19 in there. Where did he go? I think we've been spoiled.
Maybe. I mean, when you catch those strides at the right time, it's certainly interesting to see how he'll handle a rough patch here, going back-to-back 3 marks for the young buck. Let's see. Kelly needs to find it, and he does. Giving some support, and that's what makes a good partnership, right?
Right.
When you're down, can your partner really lift you up again and kind of hold you out until you get back to where you were?
I mean, honestly, and I'm sitting here saying, yeah, he fell off, and he's still averaging a 3.5. Like,
yeah.
So, I mean, yes, did I get spoiled seeing that 6.25 finish? Absolutely.
Ooh, unfortunate first start there. Yeah, it's definitely a rough patch at the moment for him here. He's just going to have to walk it off, and Kelly's literally like, loosen up the arms here. Let's go.
Yep.
Gives a little head shake.
Let those darts leave your mind and refocus for the next set.
I mean, there's no point in dwelling on it, right? Especially when you're 2-0 advantage. You have a couple games in front of you. Just take your time, relax. You'll get settled, and if it starts to feel haywire, it'll get back to where it was before it's over, as long as you keep your mentality clear. Oh, you can see Kelly marked the distance on that second dart and just wanted to place it right in there. And it just doesn't quite connect there. Dragging it low and following where his first dart was located in that trip 4 region. Huge opportunity here for Barry. And he's so quick with his throw. I mean, he needed to take his time there. You don't want to let an opportunity come like this.
I was to say, if I remember, though, even last night, Barry was kind of on the fast release.
He is fast, but I definitely think he's rushing some of these shots here.
Is he going a little faster today?
Yeah, well, and also on top of that, I mean, because he didn't get that close on the 18, it left a 5 mark that Mason was keen to capitalize on. You can see Kelly kind of giving a little bit of a pointer back there, and that's good. I mean, you want a coach in your corner.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how good you are, how new or veteran to the sport, having a different set of eyes on it, it's hard to realize how you're doing your throw until you get it from someone else's perspective.
And honestly, that's the signs of good teams where both, no matter, like you said, no matter your level, skill set wise or experience wise, the openness to be coached and also coach and work together as a team. That again, when you're playing those team events, you got to be able to know who's going to go and be the points and who's going to go be the closer, and when you got to switch and work together as that team, that cohesive unit.
Especially in an event like the Pro-Am, or the Pro-Am, and you also see with like triples events as well, you're not always playing with the same partners you play with in normal pairs environments because there's different qualifications.
Big shot. Just outside of that double. Would have been great to see the double bull on that last start.
A great shot, but the last start needed to stay on those 15s there. You don't want to ever leave the opponents a game shot. Double for trip 15 would have been the shot here. In this case, not going to get capitalized on, but that's going to be something where you could get caught and punished, especially in a Pro-Am bracket. There's some pros that will hit that shot.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think at this point, though, I think basically what Mason was looking at is that he felt confident looking at where they're sitting, like you said, having the opportunity, being up 2 games, looking at it as like, I can take the shot, and if they hit it, okay, not a big deal. If they don't, they know that they got the opportunity to come in and take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good stuff there. Mason Sasser, Kelly Thornton will continue to move on as they are going to be going up against the T-Baggers team. Timmy Bagley and Joe Cheney here. Excited to see this one play out. And we'll be back with the action in just a moment here. So don't go far, folks. LJ joining me, DJ Gordon, or DJ Sayer, excuse me. Gordon Dixon's off, do whatever he does in his free time. DJ Sayer will be back in just a moment as well, alongside with myself and LJ here. Excited to continue bringing coverage.
We're all on it. We're a team. We're here. We're doing things.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. We're doing things, and we're doing it 5 out of 10 or better.
Yes.
All right, guys.
Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back.
All right. Can everybody hear us?
Here, are we live? Welcome back, everybody. Nick the Share, joined by LJ here in the booth, as we have a good King Seat match coming underway here in just a moment. But we want to also take a moment to talk about some few things with you guys, especially let's talk about how you qualify for the BullShooter Invitational number 3 in 2024 here.
Yeah, so basically last night we had a great showing. Obviously, the first place finish for the pro cricket singles gets you an invite, and the women's combo singles first place gets the invite. So we're excited to see those two joining us for the Invitational in 2024. Again, the lady was
Nicole Piercing
and the pro
was Joe Chaney.
There we go. So again, Joe making it back after missing last year, and only making the Final Four the previous year. So it'll be nice to see him back in the mix and see how well he does.
Yeah.
And again, stay tuned for more, because obviously then we have the Pro 501 doubles tomorrow that the first place, both players will get their invite.
Yep. And on top of that, I mean, stay tuned for the rest of the tour as well. The 20th through the 22nd will be in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Yes.
It sounds
First
like
time,
a made-up city. That doesn't sound like a real place.
I would say first time, as far as I know, in Michigan in many years, I guess, from the history of the tour.
Yeah, it'll be exciting stuff to see as it develops along. And of course, don't forget, it's never too early to start planning for the Chicago Finals. Come play BullShooter 38 in Chicago, May 23rd through 27th, 2024. And let me tell you, that tournament has so much prestige and story and history that it is so exciting to see it develop every year. And that's why it's my favorite part of these regional events. You get to follow these storylines for weeks and months on end, seeing all these players start to do more and more damage and develop their status and get on the pro list, and then they'll go and they'll execute, hopefully flawlessly, in Chicago, unless your name's Mike Maloney. And it looks like they're going to be quick to get things underway here. So Joe Chaney, Tim Bagley going up against Mason Sasser and Kelly Thornton. I mean, LJ here, talk to me. What do you think about this? I mean, considering you got the chance to watch Chaney and Timmy earlier, and now you've gotten a chance to watch Kelly and Mason, what are your predictions for this?
In this one, I'm going to say it's going to come down to who's starting. If Mason wins the diddle and gets the start, and he comes out fire like he did in the last match, I think it's really going to come down to who gets the hot start. So I think it's going to be Mason and Kelly.
Let's see. That's a good diddle from the young man there, catching in the bowl. And it looks like, the Mason Sasser is going to win it by one hole there, being able to take that diddle. Exciting stuff here as the game is getting underway. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Mason Sasser, the 15-year-old kid, starting us off. I can't get over that. I just can't get over how young and how well he is throwing. I mean, there's other likes of young players that are making waves on the scene. We saw Tyler Hensey doing some great runs around on other sides as well. Certainly exciting to see.
I'm just mentally telling myself that Mason's actually 21, so I don't feel as bad about my dart game.
And, well, he also certainly doesn't look 15.
No. And, again, like I said, with Mason coming out hot like that, it's really going to apply the pressure. Again, Kelly just needs to keep getting the closing after and getting the extra points when needed.
Interesting thing to note here, too. I think that there's more potential pressure on Kelly than there is Mason. Mason, I think he's just young, excited, doesn't really care what's happening. In the best sense of it, right?
For sure.
But Kelly, on the other hand, he wants to perform for the guy. The guy's shooting out of his mind. And we'll be honest, the Timmy and Joe that we saw earlier is not the ones that we're used to seeing. And it depends on if they're able, for Mason and Kelly to capitalize on it, or if Joe and Timmy come back into form.
I think it's definitely going to get scrappy here in the next couple throws. But, like I said, I think Mason and Kelly coming off of the victory and really hitting their stride, I think if they maintain that, it's going to be a good one.
All right, fellas, I am back. I apologize.
You're good, man.
All the sultry tones of DJ Sayer back in the booth.
That's right.
Somebody that knows darts better than me.
And plays better than both of us combined.
So
Yes.
I see on the bracket that we're into the final. This is King
King
seat.
seat, yep.
All right. So the kid Mason making the run. Is this leg number 1?
Yeah, leg number 1 here, and we saw in Mason's last match 2 different games above a 6.
Shoo.
Yeah, the kid's starting strong and has been making waves. Kelly Thornton's just been trying to anchor where he can.
As we jump in and commentate, curse him. So.
Well,
yeah.
I'm curious too, because if he's from that area, these two are guys that are from the area as well, that he'll probably be pretty familiar with, especially Joe. I mean, everyone kind of knows Joe and what he's accomplished in darts. So it'll be interesting to see how he rises to the challenge of playing these two.
Well, speaking of rising to the challenge, Kelly Thornton didn't know he was on the pro list until he got here.
Yeah, apparently there was a mix-up. He didn't quite realize that placing, well, again, wasn't on the pro list. Apparently he played an event and placed or plaqued, which meant that he would have to play in
the
pro events at future regionals.
And
so there was a little confusion, but now I think he's got it all situated.
What's interesting about that, though, is that means that Mason probably also wasn't intending on playing in a pro-am event. And now they're playing for the King seat. I mean, that's awesome to see.
Yeah. Well, LJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but now that they've made top 3 guaranteed, does Mason go to the pro list? Top 3 in the pro-am?
Pro-am, no, it's the pro essentially re-ups
Okay.
for the pro-am.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, unless of course then
But triples does?
No, the triples was first place, but basically what the confusion was is that he actually he placed in third, I guess, in the trips. So then he would have to shoot as a pro because he technically plaqued. That was my understanding of how it was being explained to me.
He's not technically going to the pro list, but he has to play as the pro in future regionals.
Right. That
Gotcha.
was my understanding of how the breakdown happened. But either way, these guys are looking good. Unfortunately, again, losing that first leg. But again, watching this and knowing exactly where they missed their shot to put them out of that opportunity for the win in that game. Hopefully they bounce back because it looks like Joe is definitely getting fired up and hitting his stride now.
Well, and Timmy, I mean, he was averaging a 6 there in that leg. So, yeah, you're probably not too familiar with Timmy there, LJ. But I was talking earlier. He's a guy that played pretty much only still tip for a while, and he stopped playing. And when you started asking like his closer friends and stuff why he's not coming around, they're like, honestly, he couldn't handle missing.
Right.
Like that's how good he was.
Okay.
Like if he's not hitting all 3 triples, he's upset.
Yeah, I know how that feeling goes.
No, you don't.
No, I know how the feeling could go. Maybe that's more appropriate. Because yeah, I definitely don't know.
I don't know anyone other than Timmy who could throw 7 every time and be upset.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Because that's the story that I got was like, and this is steel tip. Like,
right.
He couldn't handle not throwing 180s.
Yeah. I mean, that's I always go up with the mindset that I want to hit all 3, but yeah, I'm very upset when I don't hit even 1.
Well, I get upset when I throw a 7 in a 1. That's about where that goes for me.
As you should be.
Good first start there for Kelly. He's able to follow it, and he might just stay up there with how much he's. Yeah, he had plenty of room left in that bed and try to just stay in there.
Yeah, I'm actually more surprised the third one didn't go in based on the platform that he had built.
Timmy tries to close the gap, but doesn't connect on the last dart there. So, Sasser.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rules again. I don't know where they came up with that one, but yeah, it was as far as anytime I've ever known anything for the mixed event, it was only the first place people, and it was never the lady that went. So
well, but I understand not putting them on the pro list, but making them play as the pro in future regionals because it's a little bit of a different animal now.
Right.
The fact that you're allowed to play in mixed events at future regionals.
Right. And
Because
I think that was the confusion. So
yeah, prior to you weren't allowed to play in mixed events and you had to play as a pro.
right.
But it was only if you qualified as a pro.
Right.
Well, now it's okay. You can't just cherry pick all the mixed events. I like that rule change.
Yeah. No, it makes it more, I think, fun. It makes it more the enticement of like, okay, well, maybe I can't play in the open, but I can go play and have some fun, shoot in the pros and see how well I do. And, I think it just keeps it more active.
Well, with the increase in payouts as well as the ESPN Invitational spots on the line, I think giving people more opportunity to play is always a good thing.
Right.
You can see Cheney having a laugh there with Timmy, as Timmy was only able to hit a single 20 and then 2 misses there, and Mason was able to make it hurt, finding 5 on those 17s there and getting some momentum back in their favor.
Ooh, only getting 4 on that one. See how Kelly responds and hopefully carries on.
And Kelly's been playing more of that support role, so he's going to do that point first mentality and hits a big double on that last dart there to close it up. But yeah, he's just trying to support Mason, as Mason's really been hitting those big power shots. Now Mason just needs to get rid of those 15s and has free reign to do whatever else he pleases. Needs to be careful.
Say kind of a blocker dart there.
Yeah, blank.
Only getting a single 17. Was that what the last one?
Yeah, single
He
17.
went back to the 17.
Okay.
But yeah, Joe with an opportunity now.
Yeah,
Not able to take the lead, but could have brought it within 1 with that last dart, or with the second dart, and then had a stab at the 17.
Yeah, exactly. 6 mark would have been 1 point down for him, but now Kelly with point advantage again. Gonna have that point first mentality. See if he takes a dagger here. He might just stay. No, he does go for it.
Take a look. Wasn't a bad look. Only 1 hole out, but again, I don't know if, knowing like you were saying, DJ, with the way Timmy is so on it, like I don't know if I would have taken that shot to get off the points.
See, I actually have the opposite. I think Kelly should have made sure he closed that 15 on that turn.
Okay.
Because when
they were up what 20 points. I
like
forgot
30.
the score. 30. Yeah.
But the thing of it is that the longer the game goes, the more it favors the stronger team.
Right.
So
I gotcha.
I think it's pretty reasonable to say that Joe and Timmy are the stronger team in the end. Not to say that Mason and Kelly can't win. They obviously can. But if you get into a point battle, that will favor Joe and Timmy.
Right.
So up 30 points, shut down the 15, and then maybe take a stab at some more points there.
Yeah, no,
And
good call.
as you see-
I get, yeah, it makes sense there. Yeah, because that's exactly what they did. Like you said, following up, they left it open just long enough for them to shut their number down and take the point lead back.
Oh, I don't know why Kelly didn't take those 15s there. I mean, I know that Timmy and Joe are capable of hitting a hat trick, but after that missed 15 previously, ended up being very costly for him, and now this is a very dire situation. It might be a 2-0 advantage. Will be a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, and I still say that leg hindered on Kelly's shot. If he hit 3 singles on that turn, 2 17s and a 15. If he puts all 3 of those on the 15, they're in the better spot to come up and close that match out on the next turn.
Yeah, because then it forces Timmy and Joe to go at the bullseyes for their next scoring option.
Well, we've seen Mason.
Yeah, on the next turn, I would imagine that I forget who was following. I think it was Timmy. But they would have closed the 17 as well as put in 1 or 2 bulls. But then Mason is just looking at 3 bulls for the win.
Right. I gotcha.
Very interesting. Oh, you can see Cheney's still having a little bit of struggle with that hitch he's been having, where he has to hold that dart and bring it straight on down.
Is that what happened? I know that happened. Was it yesterday with the diddle or something?
It happened with the diddle, where he was going for the bull and it went down to almost the double 19. where he's holding on the dart. It's something going
like
on.
slipping
that,
out of his grip or something. I mean, his
well,
darts.
I mean, his darts are smooth.
Yeah,
There's
like
no
I couldn't
grip
even.
on them.
Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah, go ahead.
Joe kind of rolls his dart up to his hand,
Oh. Okay.
and there isn't a supporting finger under the dart.
Ah.
Like a lot of people, like Joe's thumb is to the side, and I do the same. Is why I know this. And his fingers are more on top and on the side. If it slips down, then it goes
Way
straight down.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, trust me, I've hit a double 3 on a cork before, so I know what that's like. But yeah, I think it's just lack of practice. So every now and again it'll roll down.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And then you just kind of continue forward with it.
Okay. Yeah. Now I see. It's now you got me looking at how he's gripping the dart, and I see what you're talking about. It's almost like a rolled, like you said, on the sides more than underneath it.
Yep.
Well, this is going to be interesting because we haven't seen Kelly and Mason be in a situation where their back's against the wall. Every match that we've seen them so far, they've only dropped one leg in the last 6, or 7, excuse me. And so seeing now Timmy and Joe really kind of lay down the book, lay down the law,
applying that pressure to these guys now, see how they can handle it.
Yeah, and when you have younger players, that's where they either will rise to the occasion or more often than not struggle the most because of the fact that it's about that confidence and experience.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't say that Mason isn't doing what he should be doing. I mean, he's still averaging a 5, but I think Joe and Timmy just have him a little outclassed right now. But again, the kid's 15. Like, give him a couple years, and it may not be the case.
Exactly. We'll give a perspective on what we're looking like for the rest of this bracket. FAFO is taking on C. Chisholm B. Bear, and then the winner of that will take Langley and Liggett. And then the loser of this match will play the winner of that 4th place match. So we got a lot of good stuff. You go ahead and click that link in the chat if you want to follow along with our Pro-Am bracket here.
And apparently outside we missed it, but I guess there was an eclipse today.
Oh, wow. I mean, what would you rather watch? A big floating rocks in space or some great darting action?
I'm going with the darting action.
I was actually going to take the rocks. Good first start there for Kelly, and yeah, he's just going to be able to lay it in from there.
Ooh. How did that one not get in there?
Yeah, it went right in between.
It found the little gap and went right underneath.
Yeah, Timmy's really been heating up in this match. He's looking solid.
Nice little adjustment to get back into that trip.
And Joe's just going to attack this right away. Then going to go back over to those 19s. Only gets a single on that last, but makes a shot ever so harder for Kelly. Good connection on that last. Helps get them within 39 points. But Timmy and Joe in firm control still. Yeah, with the way Timmy's saying 19s, this is a rough one for him. That's going to be tough to get in there. And he does find it. Well adjustment there for him. Yeah. Stacking right on top.
Nicely done. little rushed on that last one from Joe. I think take a second longer, and I think he would have nailed that 16 and closed it out.
He certainly would have liked to. I mean, still the pointing and the scoring power that we're seeing from Timmy and Joe on those 19s right now is second to none.
So do we know, is Timmy from around this area as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Not Nashville. He's more
Like closer to Knoxville area or something?
no, it's more like Chattanooga area.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like closer to Joe.
Gotcha. Okay. I was going to say, because isn't Joe's down near that Chattanooga area, right?
Yep. I want to say he might be like outside of Tennessee, honestly.
Okay.
But I know he's actually married now, and I want to say that his wife, who was a dart player, is a dart player, was from North Carolina. So he may live in the North Carolina area now. I have no clue.
Gotcha. Oh, Tiffany, thanks for chiming in on the chat. They actually live in Georgia, she says right now, and they play in the Chattanooga for a league.
Yeah, I know they're close enough to the border that Chattanooga is basically the nearest big city,
Right.
or it was for him. So then, Tiffany must have relocated to Timmy's area. I wasn't sure how that went.
Mason really studying this one down. Like, how do we get back in it?
Yeah, well, and that just shows that he has that never give up mentality, which is something that you can't teach. You either have that never say die approach or you don't. And even though there was pretty much mathematically eliminated here, it's still really cool to see that he's that focused and engaged in the match. Joe Cheney, though, to take it home. 3 straight. Does it.
And I apologize. I commentator cursed those guys then because I was the one that said they were going to do it.
Yeah,
and it totally worked against them.
Those are my friends. That wasn't very nice. Well, good stuff there. That is going to be your King Seat team there. Joe Cheney and Timmy Bagley there coming out on top so far as they have only dropped 0 legs, by the way.
Perfect.
They've dropped 0 legs on their run, 9 straight plus a bye.
All right. Well, I'm going to pop off. I'm going to go and check on the room and see where we're at. Because it looks, I mean, looking at the brackets here, everything's flowing very smoothly. Can't really complain. I mean, God, some great darts today. That's for sure.
Yep, so we're going to take a look here. We're just waiting on a match to finish up here in the Pro-Am. We'll give a moment, and we'll also take a look at some of those other brackets, see what's going on with those. So DJ Sayer, Nick Teixeira, and LJ with a last name I can't pronounce as well. We're going to be back with the action here in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer here, covering you some more action of this Pro-Am bracket. This is a 4th place match here. Langley and Liggett versus Chisholm and Bear here. Barry Bear to start, or excuse me, Brian Langley to start us off here. The bees are throwing me off. That was crazy. DJ, it's happy to have you back in here.
Yeah. Glad to be back. Polish out this Pro-Am bracket, and then we should be able to move into the ladies in the open.
Yeah, ladies are currently also in their 4th place match, so we are keeping our eye, and don't worry, we will make sure to feature some of those lovely girls on the stream, as they put on a great show for us last night, and I expect to continue that into today. Yeah, I got to say, I've been enjoying the atmosphere out here in the dart hall, talking with everybody, and honestly, the weather and everything else has been amazing out here compared to Florida. It's a nice, cool 66 degrees with a slight overcast and a little side of eclipse.
Did you see the eclipse?
Nah, I was too busy watching some darts. I honestly kind of forgot about it until LJ said something to me. Chris finding 7 there, getting that point lead. See how Langley responds to it. That's a good marker for him. Doesn't use it, though. Barry Bear continuing the 7 mark streak there. Finding it there, getting those 20s close and on over to the 18s now. So Mark's going to have to load it up. He definitely had a up and down performance on the stream earlier. It wasn't that he threw poor by any means, but it was these big rounds followed by these moot points, and he needs to just find that consistency for him to find some success on the dartboard. And everyone watching along in chat, make sure to give us out a little share here as the action's brought back to you. And we'll be honest, with all these matches lined up, we're going to have pretty much no breaks in the action for the rest of at least the Pro-Am and women's event here. And honestly, even the non-pro doubles is already in the top 8 almost. Great 9 mark there from Langley. Gets himself back in this leg here. Mark's able to find 5, but with only a 2-point lead here, Chisholm has a good opportunity in front of him. And takes full advantage of it. 7 mark there with a dagger on the last to add some points in. Let's see if he can continue the 9 mark streak that we saw from Langley, finding it on the last. Oh, just outside. 5 triples in a row, though, for Brian. That 7 mark's looking awfully impactful because now Mark can go up here. If he hits a 4 mark on those 15s, we'll be able to close 19 with advantage. Oh, doesn't connect. He's going to have to stay on it now. Bryce Chisholm saying they must have amnesia. They forgot Chisholm is him. Let's see. It certainly seems like he is in this league. Great 7 mark there, averaging a 5.75 after 8 rounds in the match. I think a lot of the question on this bracket now is just going to be come down to who can beat Timmy and Joe in that
No
final.
one.
You think that's a firm answer? Talk me through it.
Yeah, I know everyone's wanting their shot at it, but I said before the bracket started, it's the toughest team, and honestly, I would say it's probably the 2 best players in the entire bracket partnered up. So I was being a little facetious saying that no one, because certainly they could be beaten, but I think it's highly unlikely for them to lose, especially in a have to double dip situation. If they didn't have the king seat, it would be a little more on the table. But yeah, I don't think any of these teams have the firepower to double dip the 2 of them.
I mean, I'm going to have to say the stats absolutely back up your opinion there. I mean, they are currently 9-0 in legs right now. Game number 1 goes in the way of the Barry Bear and Chris Chisholm team. Brian's just trying to find an angle. Does stay true and find the single there, but definitely a lax start and a huge opportunity now. Seven mark found. Barry's going to be happy with that start. Makes Mark have to hit a 4 mark to get that point lead. That's hanging. That's an awkward dart for him to get around. Got it in, though. Can you get one more? Yeah, he kind of got away, pulled it a little bit to the right there. And those darts got caught up in a traffic jam there. That first one, it seems like the second and third darts were magnetized to it. Not able to connect, giving Langley good opportunity. Again, compared to the lax start that they had to really make a difference in this leg. And he's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, big pile and a half there from Brian.
Yeah, second 9 mark of the match. 1 in each leg.
Yeah, not quite the consistency we're used to seeing from him, but certainly putting in the big shots. Just kind of got away from him in the last leg.
Yeah, and you put it best earlier. I mean, just because these guys are being inconsistent does not take away the fact that they have such a high ceiling, and they can really turn it on when they need to.
You see, Chris was the best player in the first leg. Not starting out so hot in this one.
Yeah, definitely having a little bit of a weak moment there. Wanted to find the 6 mark to start off so that way we would have a 1-point advantage. Let's try to switch on that last dart there. It doesn't connect. So Barry Bear currently averaging a 6 MPR. Let's see if he can keep up that momentum here. Good deflection on that last dart there. It was definitely a little bit risky throwing at the same angle there with the way it was laying. You could tell it rode on the barrel, but flicked it to the left, catching that triple segment. What a shot there from Mark. Yeah, timing's really everything when it comes down to it, and finding a 9 mark in a moment like that makes a game that was neck and neck all of a sudden seem a lot harder to come back from if you're Chris Chisholm. $95-point difference here. So even perfection will not get that point lead. Now Mark just needs to go 1, 2, 3 on it. Doesn't need to do anything fancy. Tried to course correct to find the trip there. Let's see Chris just double checking his math here, deciding how he wants to approach it. Needs a 7 mark to get that point lead. Can get it now. If he can make it close, and he will. 5-point difference now. Makes it so there's a potential game shot available if they don't point at all here for Langley. Finds the close. Looks like he's going up to score a little bit more there, and that's a smart dart. Needs to find it. Yep, one more there. Good switch. I like that switch to the 20 there after the first dart kind of hung over the bowl and you didn't feel super comfortable throwing at it. Does leave them an outside chance if they do get a shot, which I don't think Mark is going to leave them one.
Well, he does. So Chris going to need 5 bulls now.
Tough shot, but not out of his wheelhouse by any means. As someone said earlier, he is him. But maybe not this moment there. That's unfortunate dart. Brian to clean it up and make it 1-all. And he will. 1 apiece here in this 4th place match.
What in the world? So Brian does get it. And he and partner Mark will have the start.
Yeah, huge moments for him here. I mean, to get into the top 3, I mean, that's the goal here, right, in this Pro-Am event. Get at least in the top 3. Of course, you want to win it all, but bare minimum. Let's see whose conquest will continue and whose campaign will come to an end. Be decided in this leg here. Excited to see how this one plays out, DJ.
You got to favor the team going first. I think these two teams are pretty closely matched. So I'd say advantage Brian and Mark right now, but we've seen enough to out of the other two to put it together, but not a good start there from Barry.
Yeah, look Look at that. Just taking full advantage of this strong start there. Only a 3 mark, but does more than enough right now. 2 houses, 60 points. I mean, that's a great start to this. A lot of pressure on Chisholm right now. Does connect on the last there. Making sure to not go quietly in this one. But Brian still in control. Definitely control now. Well-timed 6 mark there from Langley. Mark decides to go right at it. Needs to be careful, though. He's debating about switching back, it looks like. And now he has to stay on it.
Oh, Brian getting a little wayward here. Only a single. That's what we're talking about. A little inconsistent out of Brian. So an opportunity for Barry. Could actually polish everything off with a lead. Triple 16 will close and score 32.
Does find it on the last, though, but you're absolutely right. That was a little bit of a scary moment. You got to be careful, even when you're ahead in a leg, to not give your opponent a 9-mark shot for the comeback, especially in a pro-am bracket where everyone's going to be capable of doing that. Mark is analyzing the data. 2-point lead here. I think just playing it safe in this last leg decider and staying on until you get a trip is probably the move. That's what he did. Chisholm catching low on that first. He's been dragging some of those darts down. If they're either dead on or he's pulling his arm and either late releasing or just not lining up the way he feels most comfortable. It's been costing him some darts because he's not connecting until the second or third dart on those trips. What a good shot there from Langley. Connecting on the 15 on the last. Huge advantage now going into the Bulls as Barry Bear and Chris Chisholm are now going to have to hold on to some hope here and hope for a miracle to get back in. And there we go. You have it, Mark Liggett there. Brian Langley do come out on top and will now be going on to face the Kelly Thornton and Mason Sasser in this third place match here. The women are still currently playing their third place match, and we have that finals on hold. So when it's time for that, we'll be featuring that alongside with the Pro-Am cricket bracket here. Excited to continue bringing coverage of this one, as it won't take long for these guys to get set up and be back in the action here. So we're going to get those guys set up and brought over to that dartboard and get things going quickly here. So don't go far, folks. We'll be back with the action. DJ Sayer, Nick DeShera here, bringing you coverage of the Tennessee Regional 38th Annual Tour for BullShooter. Well, I hope you guys didn't go far. We told you the action was going to be coming quick and consistently for the rest of the day, as we have Langley and Liggett versus Bad Boys. What you going to do? We're about to find out, boys. Nick the Sheriff, DJ Sayer in the booth here. Excited to bring you more coverage of this Pro-Am event here. Mason Sasser to start us off.
So both of these teams losing to our king seat holders 3-0. Really nothing to tell us who the more informed team is.
Well, the one thing is Langley and Liggett versus Chisholm and Bear was really neck and neck going down that 2-1 scoreline. But the Bad Boys team went 3-0 versus Chisholm and Bear. So we'll see if that can carry over here. Going to be interesting to see how this one develops. I'm excited to see how this one plays out, honestly. You guys can tell my energy levels went up because I had a chicken sandwich. Now I feel fired up. Really feel like I'm enjoying the amenities in Nashville now.
Yeah, you commented to me that the Nashville hot chicken sandwich was hot.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Listen, you'd be surprised. People claim one thing or the other, and you never know what's true. Turns out it was true. Mason's able to take away those 19s immediately, and then over to the 18s. Can he just keep on moving? Doesn't quite get the white horse, but a 5-5 start for the kid. I say the kid with relative respect as well. I mean, it's
He's
crazy.
15. He's a kid.
He's a kid. Well, it's not often that I, at 25, get to say I'm commentating someone that's 10 years younger than me when it's a non-youth event. Kelly just staying on the support role that we saw him in earlier. Just going to be chucking away at those 20s, expanding that point lead a little bit and letting Mason do the heavy lifting. I definitely think Mason and Kelly are pretty popular in the chat. A lot of people have been tuning in and cheering on it whenever they pop up anywhere near the stream board. So it seems like some pretty popular guys from their areas.
Well, anytime you've got a minor competing against the adults, I think the crowd will tend to favor the minor.
Does the bare minimum, getting that close on the 17s there, but doesn't get much extra credit on the assignment. So Langley going to try to load up a number here, catch up that difference in this leg.
Kelly going for the jugular back at the 20.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the approach he's been having. It's either his first or his third dart. If he has it free, he will go and throw some points up there. Let Mason do all the fancy shots and closes. And it seems like that dynamic between the two has been going fairly well overall, other than that match where they really went against the brick wall of the Teabaggers team. Mason finds 5 there, getting that single bull. Makes it so this first leg's basically a wrap here. Is theirs to lose at this point. And Kelly Thornton takes it. One dart there for double bull, going up 1-0 in this best of 3 here in the third place. Ryan Langley needs to start off strong here. And that last leg decider we saw in the previous match, he started off solid on those 20s and needs to do so here. Yeah, Cole University, that is correct. Since neither of them are on the pro list and they're in the top 3, they will choose who goes up to the pro. Seven mark there from Mason Sasser.
So you were doing the open last night, right?
The open cricket we actually did. They actually finished before we were finishing the other bracket, so we didn't get a chance to see any of the games on that one.
Really?
Yeah, so we covered all of the men's pro cricket, and then we covered 3 or 4 matches of the women's.
I'm gonna pull it up and see if Mason did anything, because I'd be shocked if he didn't. If he was there, he might have went in today.
I saw him yesterday, so I do know he was in the room because
Okay.
he came up and introduced himself to me. Because I went up to go and yell at Kelly for beating me last time I saw him, and that's when he introduced himself. So Mason actually played Kelly Thornton in the second round of the winners, beating out his own partner, and then lost to Jason Johnson in the winner's side, getting sent to the loser's side over there on the non-pro yesterday. And then beat Chris Chisholm, and then lost out to Carl Jenkins in just outside the top 8. I definitely think that's another thing, though, especially being a younger player. I think just having a partner in general, doesn't matter how well they're doing or not doing, just having someone there to back you up as a partner, coach, and player really does make a big difference for the mentality, and it can help someone perform at their best.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a partnership. Honestly, when your partner's struggling, a lot of times you can force the issue or try to do too much, but I think what's best is just having faith in your partner, knowing that they'll figure it out, or if not, then it is what it is.
Exactly, and it's also just a lot easier to have fun with it, even in dire situations when you're playing with somebody else. Because at the end of the day, you're usually playing with some form of a friend, family member, or previous competitor, and it gets exciting because you just want to show your stuff, you know?
I contest to that. I have a tendency to only play with people that I like to play with. I know there's a lot of people that will pair up, and I mean, they don't even like each other, but they do it out of
Stats.
just wanting to win, like the desire to win so much. And in fact, I'll blatantly say it out here. I mean, you were at the TOC last weekend. Gates and Maloney. I've seen a lot of like ill words out of them towards each other. Now, don't get me wrong; they were very successful, but I mean, you put 2 players that good together, it's probably going to be a winning combination. But at the same time, I would prefer to play with somebody that I like and am comfortable with. So I was surprised to see that those 2 were playing together.
Well, that's fair. That's why you never asked me to play with you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't like you, Nick.
No, yeah, I mean that's a fair point, and they did end up losing out there to Tyler and Rick Hinsey, and a father-son duo was naturally going to have a stronger rapport as teammates, which played a big factor. This is definitely a little bit of a dicey moment in this league here. You kind of see 2 players on, 2 players off, and keeping this game close, but it's really the first team to kind of wake up in the moment. Kelly went up to Mason there, and then just like used this hand towel to dry his hands off, trying to get some of that good mojo. Because right now, I mean, Mason's doing everything he can at the moment. Solid shot there from Sasser. And just
Kelly now with an opportunity to really put this match away. Big shot here. They'll have a big lead, already up one leg.
yeah, he just decided to.
Three mark not gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was trying to load it up there. I think he was hoping for that first start trip to move, but instead just opted to stay. Just to give a heads up of what's coming up next here, the 901 girls, Jessica Steele and Stacy McDaniel, taking on the other team of Stacy Tulloch and Jennifer Carlton in the women's final. That'll be coming up next.
And then following that match, we will circle back to our Pro-Am final.
And that would be Joe Chaney and Timmy Bagley going up against the winner of this match.
And I would say after that, we're probably going to be looking at about loser takes third in our open. So yeah, the whole list of matches to come set in place.
Yeah, like we said, it's going to be non-stop action here. So share it out around the internet here. Let us know that you're watching in with us. Make sure to call your grandma, tell her to tune in, grandma's friends, the whole knitting club, whoever else, because there's going to be some great stuff going on the stream here. Solid 6 mark there from Langley, but doesn't fully close the distance here. And Mason shooting a 6-2. I mean, you'd have to imagine he's going to be able to kind of close this one away here. He's going to take all 3, though.
Mark with the sarcastic fist pump there after the 1 mark.
You got to have fun with it one way or another, right? Like, no matter what the circumstances, you have to keep the energy level and motivation as high as possible. Look at Mason go. I mean, he's just going smooth with it. It just, honestly, just been playing super consistent. We saw him get a little shaky when their back was against the wall, but he's at least proven to us when they're ahead, he is a dominant force.
Yeah, I mean, overall, he's been pretty consistent this whole time. I've been pretty impressed with the kid.
Yeah, certainly. I definitely, watching him play right now, don't have much confidence that I could beat him on the dartboard. Maybe arm wrestling, but that's about it. Thank you. That only deserved about that much of a reaction.
I think Mason would beat the guy with the pink hair
hey,
in an arm wrestling match.
There's a high top table right there. Don't think I won't go out there. I have the control booth for a reason to start off my arm wrestling career. It's gonna be a lot.
You don't want to lose to a 15-year-old.
That's true. Then I really will never hear the end of it. I mean, that was a great last-ditch effort there from Langley. I mean, he had to load it up as much as he can, finding 7 there, but it's just too little, too late in a leg like this, it seems. That's a huge loss there. You can see Kelly giving a little bump of celebration there to himself because, I mean, that was a huge shot and really just phenomenal. One bull away from taking it 2 straight.
So there it is. Your third place finishers, Brian Langley and Mark Liggett, moving. I don't know what the discussion is, but moving into the final, we got Kelly Thornton and Mason Sasser. So first, we're gonna have our ladies doubles final. So don't go anywhere. We got some ladies darts to come.
Exactly right. Couldn't say it better myself. Don't go far. Look at that celebration between those boys. Having some fun with it. Ladies, coming up next. We'll be right back, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer for a finals here. This is going to be an exciting one. We got the ladies showing off their stuff here on the stream. Stacey Tolick and Jennifer Carlton versus Jessica Steele and Stacey McDaniel. Exciting match ahead of us here as we switch to a combo format.
Yeah, getting to see the first 0-1 of the day. It's been strictly cricket in the Pro-Am, but we get to see some ladies throw at some bulls.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how this one develops here. This is going to be a rematch of the Queen Seat matchup where we saw Stacey and Jennifer win out 2-1 over the 901 girls with a Z. It's all about the delivery on the Z there.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
No, you just got to hold the Z sound?
Yeah. Well, that way you're specifying that there's a Z there. It's a whole thing.
Oh, because a bunch of Z's in a row puts me to sleep, and that's what it did when you said that.
Listen, you're not the first to tell me my commentaries put someone to sleep, all right? You won't be the last. Look at this, though. McDaniel needs one more of those. Starts off with perfection. 150 points scored for her.
I'm just happy to see that she went at the bullseye, because warming up, she was throwing at triple nines.
Well, she's getting them out of the way. She didn't want to throw triple nines at this point in the game.
Oh, I didn't know that hitting triple nines going to the bull was an option.
Does leave herself an out with a good fallout there. So 174, not an easy one, but at least will be an attempt on the go round if she gets a shot. Of course, by the time he gets to Stacey, who knows what could happen. Of course, it is important to note that the freeze rule is in effect for these ladies here. So if your partner's score is higher than the other team's combined score, you won't be able to take it out. Well, everyone's neck and neck here pretty much. Stacey pulling out in front just a little bit here. 151 is going to be the look. Oh, catches on that wire. That was a good look at it, too. Well, now Stacey Tolick here. 1-7-4 will be her look. There's an argument to maybe consider trying to get low and play for a freeze rule instead of going for a combo finish like this. Let's see how she approaches. She does try to go at it. Huge bowl in that last start, though. 86 is a good leave.
All right, cameraman, I need you to fix the angle, bud.
That's fair.
Okay. Unfortunately, Jessica and Stacey, the two teammates, both stand at complete opposite sides of the line.
That's true. And that camera is pretty close to them, so I was trying to make sure not to do it in the throws, but I'll be a little bit more on it for you. Great shot there.
They can't see that camera move.
I did it to someone yesterday, and they waved at me in the middle of their throw.
Shenanigans.
I feel like I should put like a mask or something on it then.
Yeah, can you just put a cardboard cutout of DJ right there?
Yeah, why not?
Great 102 there. Gets down to 26. No freeze, though, in effect, so Stacey Tolick can take out 86 here. Over to double 18.
No, that's a mistake. Open out. You got to make sure you at least hit a single.
Wholeheartedly agree there. At least she didn't bust or do anything else like that, so does make things a little bit dicier here as they get towards the end of this leg here. But 68 for Jessica Steele. I swear she moved even more over. There we go. She does take it out, though. 68.
She did. She moved way further over.
No, you went back with the camera angle.
Shh, you don't have to tell the people I'm wrong. I'm trying to double down.
Gosh, I like watching them throw too.
Oh, this is what happens. You put a new guy in the booth, and he's all hopped up on hair dye and can't even move a camera.
Hopped up on hair dye.
It is a bright pink.
Oh, I saw.
DJ's like, oh, I know.
I think what might help us there, camera guys, is just zooming out a little bit. Hey.
You might know what you're talking about. You should consider doing this professionally.
I mean, I've done it a time or two.
I'm the new guy here.
No, it certainly is cool because, I mean, I've worked with a lot of different teams now, and working with you guys has definitely been a fun learning experience. So do appreciate the patience and patience with everyone in chat as well, as if anything goes wrong, you can just blame Gordon Dixon.
Today.
And then tomorrow,
Yeah.
Gordon Dixon again.
It'll be blame DJ again.
No, it goes back. Is that right?
As
Next
long as there's a
weekend,
plan.
you give me every day. So it'll be blame Gordon all weekend.
Ooh, sweet.
Yeah, over in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I believe it's our first time out there, if I'm not mistaken. In Kalamazoo.
I think in Kalamazoo, yeah. I think years upon years ago when they were in Michigan, I think it might have been Detroit, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I know that it's been a while.
I think Grand Rapids
Yeah, that might be
is
it.
where you tend to go in Michigan.
I think you are correct, sir.
I usually am.
Somebody's got to be. It's not me.
Well,
It certainly
I'll
isn't me.
carry the flag, guys.
Oh
I got it.
no.
You need somebody to be right? Call on DJ.
Oh no.
Jennifer Carlton here. Coming on up.
Yeah, this is a must-win leg for Jennifer. As you said, the 901 girls. Or wait, no.
No, it's
Sorry.
the reverse.
I had that backwards. Yeah. Jennifer and Stacy have the queen seat.
Yeah, the 901 girls are on the verge of pushing the double dip opportunity.
Yeah, well, we got a Jennifer and a Jessica and a Stacy and a Stacy. So, I mean,
It's not confusing at all.
No,
Not at all.
never. Well, Tolik here.
It is ironic that as soon as I said I'm always right, I was wrong.
I think you just gave us a freebie. I think that was intentional.
We were just gonna let it ride. It's fine.
Ooh, great second dart there. Can she get one more? And
I say, Lord knows I've been wrong at least once.
just once?
Just one time.
And she stands real far over on the opposite side here. Now, DJ, you're a better dart player than I, and that's a given, obviously. Can you talk to me about what the benefits are of standing on different sides of the Aki for players in general?
Honestly, I don't think a lot of them know that they're standing so far over. I think it's just a lot to do with the line of sight. Like, I think everyone tries to put themselves pretty much in the straight line of sight. And for whatever reason, some people just their head angle or what, it just feels the most comfortable to them.
And that's what's most
that is, I have no basis for that. That's honestly just my assumption.
Well, giddy on up. Stacey McDaniel finds a white horse there. Great shot from her there. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, at the end of the day, we tell people there is so many different ways to throw a dart, and a lot of them are correct. Some of them a little bit more correct than others. But it's down to whatever you can do the most comfortably and consistently.
Yeah, I think there's not a absolute correct way, but there are certainly incorrect ways.
It's true. Watch LJ later on the stream board if you want to find out how.
No, don't do that. Unless you want to see how not to do it.
Now you're good. I recorded our match from the other day.
Did you?
No.
No.
No one wants to see that.
I would say that was not pretty.
Good hat trick there. Jennifer Carlton trying to hold on to this leg, but Stacey McDaniel only needs one bull here. Can she McDo it?
Did you just say McDo it?
I McDid.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dang, she went points in the third. Only need one bull.
Mm-hmm.
Up 3 numbers plus the point lead.
Mm-hmm.
It's cold blooded. What did this other team do to him in the queen seat match?
To put him in the
Beat
loser
him.
side.
Yeah, but like how? In what fashion did they do it? Because that felt personal.
Oh, man. Some ruthless darts here from these ladies. One bull will do it. Let's see what she does.
Ooh.
I think she did go for it, just kind of
Trying to
flicked
walk
up
it
on her.
up. Yeah. Slowly climbing the ladder to get it up there.
There?
Up there.
Up there?
Up there. It's like a sandwich.
Is that right?
That's right.
Jennifer Carlton, though, has been finding the bull. She had a hat trick on her last go.
Ooh.
Couldn't connect. She was all over it, though, peppering the outside.
We'll see if Stacey elects to try to win the game this time. Or does she keep it personal?
She's going to have to keep it personal now. Don't want to leave them a game shot.
Oh. Just getting that double.
Yeah, just get some points on the board there. Makes it so 2 bulls need to get hit here by Tulloch. Solid shot there. 20-point difference now, though. 2 singles and a single bull.
Good thought. I liked it. Take a stab at closing that bullseye out. Just not quite enough power to get up there.
There.
Up there.
Well, after all that, Jennifer does get a look at the finish if she wants it, but she does not.
I understand, like, the comfort of going for that white horse is tough no matter who you are, what level you are, and what your average even is. But you got to take one at it, I would have to think. Especially with 2 marks on the bull. Bulls are gone now. McDaniel, to steal this 2 straight, needs to find it.
There you go.
Not
close.
quite enough.
Getting closer. It's getting closer.
Stacey Tulloch does get a shot here to make it 1-1, though.
Yeah, Stacey's going to have to take a shot at it. There's no other option.
Yeah, that's-
Well, yeah, I would assume. Won't go now.
oh, boy.
And we're about to have our first dip.
Yeah, I hope you brought an extra ice cream cone because there's 2 scoops coming potentially.
I like ice cream.
I was always more of like a cake batter guy myself for ice cream. From like Cold Stone, you know?
Yeah. I prefer the chocolate on chocolate on chocolate with some chocolate and cookie dough
Oh, well,
chocolate-
that's good measure.
with chocolate chips.
I'm a peanut butter and chocolate mix kind of guy.
A controversial
good.
take. I don't like chocolate.
Who are you?
A guy that got this big without eating chocolate, and honestly, is an accomplishment.
So while the ladies cue this up, look at the open bracket. They are into the loser takes 4th place match, cruising. I don't know what happened, but yeah, they're playing loser takes 4th. So we will we'll probably just have final.
I'm down. That'll be good. Get all the best of the darts.
All of the besties.
All right. Well, these ladies are getting ready to go here and grabbing the coin. It's flip and go style here. Everyone in chat watching along, let us know who you got here. Both these ladies have now won a match against each other. Both these teams, excuse me. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I just know after watching Stacey McDaniel last night in the women's singles, unfortunately falling short at the very end to Nicole Piercing, I'm going to have to say McDaniel really does have that upper echelon game we saw with her white horse and her hat trick start. And I'm excited to see if she can carry that over or if on the other end, Stacey Tulloch and Jennifer Carlton can shut him down.
Yeah, obviously having not seen the Queen Seat match, I gotta favor Jessica and Stacey McDaniel at this point, because those first two legs were won pretty handily.
Yeah, I certainly have to agree with you there. In either case, it's been a great run for these ladies so far. McDaniel just grabbing that composure. I love her cadence of the dartboard. I mean, she's serious, she's composed, and it doesn't matter what's happening. She just keeps it at one speed on the emotional train, at least outwardly. And that's important because you don't want to give your opponent too many tells about how you're actually feeling in a dart match.
So you like a slow cadence?
Not necessarily slow as far as rhythm of throw. I mean more so like that calm demeanor and that like nice calm walk up rather than rushing to the line quick and stuff like that. I think I like that more so, just which is ironic because I'm the exact opposite. I'm high energy, go, go, go. But I think overall it just makes it for a more intimidating player and therefore a tougher opponent, and just purely in a psychological sense.
I will tell you from experience that a lot of times people tend to, I don't want to say play better when they play fast, but when players are in rhythm and you see their game kind of elevate, they usually have a little bit more pace to them.
Oh, certainly, certainly. I mean, when you catch a rhythm and you're feeling good, that's something else altogether for sure. But I think just starting off the way that she did, just walking up nice and slow and really kind of feeling up. Like once you're actually throwing, I think having a quicker rhythm is probably more consistent on average. McDaniel 182 just needs to tee it up. Does hit a ball in the last, leave 78 there, so great shot from her. And it puts a lot of pressure here on Jennifer Carlton to not freeze her partner. Her partner's not on a finish right now, but with both these players out in front, it definitely starts to play a factor on the game.
Yeah, player 4 in a leg like this, a little bit of a disadvantage because player 1 gets another shot, like an extra 3 darts before your partner gets a throw at the finish.
Exactly.
So you really have to stay with player 3, or chances are you're probably going to freeze your partner.
And you also have to remember when you're playing in this freeze format and like this, the person that's going first, their job is to hit bowls, get low, taken out if they have a shot. The second person has to set up freeze math. They have to make sure they'll be consistently scoring, to set up a backdoor out in case there is a freeze in play. It's a lot more to think about and a lot more to manage. It's honestly the harder spot. I would prefer going first every single time in a freeze format, because I don't have to do much. Just try to hit the bull, probably miss it, and then walk away. McDaniel for 78. Probably going to do that bull double 14 approach. Keep it simple. No, it does go that 18 route over to the trip 20. Good fallout, though. Keeps it alive.
Nailed it.
Yeah, connects it. McDaniel does take it there. So now they're on match point. Stacey Tulloch, Jennifer Carlton are going to have to make sure to stop the bleed here and now if they want to get a chance at the title.
Yeah, 4-leg double dip. Tough pill to swallow.
That's a great start.
Tolik's definitely finding her form in this leg here after having some up and down moments in the last set.
Yeah, but after the strong start, not progressing towards the finish line. That's the issue.
Yeah, you
Kind of
definitely.
letting Jessica and Stacy hang around.
Yeah, after that strong start, you definitely want to see like a couple more trips popping off some new numbers to force their hand to move. Unfortunately, it seems more that Jennifer has cooled down over the course thus far, and as far as I know, when speaking with Stacy out there, that she was more the hot hand carrying quite a bit through the previous matches, and part of the reason why they were sitting in the queen seat.
McDaniel has a huge trip on that last start there. Starts adding some pressure, and I think it's interesting that both these teams have that one extra mark on the 16 that might come in handy later. I think personally, whenever something like that happens, especially in a pair scenario, it makes me more keen to quickly switch to it as soon as I get that 20s out of the way, which 20s will take precedent here. You need to get them out of here if you're Jessica Steele and Stacey McDaniel. On the other hand, Tolik needs to make sure she defends it, and same thing with Carlton.
Big fine with that last one. I thought the way it looked on the camera that she got flighted out into the single, but she actually did get the triple in that one.
Yeah, well thrown dart. I do like the rapport as Tolik went up to Carlton right as that turn was finishing up and said, "Here's exactly what we need here." And then you got a big nod, and it was really just good communication between teammates. Both Stacy shooting a 4.33. Glad they're keeping things consistent. Does sneak it in underneath those darts. That's a hard to throw dart.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot understate. I mean, that's tough to get underneath flights like that. Good shot there from Tolik.
Nice 5-mark answer back.
Let's see what Carlton does here. If you trip on the first, you have to go down. Otherwise, you're staying up. At this point, you're getting into a war of attrition between these teams. Pat Cole, thank you for the 99 stars. Wow, that's a great start to this campaign here.
Shanghai win.
Oh, she didn't want to win it like that. That's why she switched.
Makes sense.
I respect it. I respect it. I mean, these ladies are doing some good stuff on the board. You can tell that they all really want this title, and they don't want it to end here if you're Tolik and Carlton. But on the other end, I mean, we'll see what happens. You never know. Great second dart there from Jessica. Jessica Steele steals the 20. Now, if you're Jennifer here, do you just take advantage of the fact that you already have a mark on the 16?
I would.
No. I would have went 18s. I'm not going to continue to give up so much ground. battling against the 19. You start battling 48 against 57. You're just putting yourself in a bigger and bigger hole.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm leaning more in your direction there, DJ. I mean, it's easy for me to say that. I know you're always right.
You're learning.
Yeah, this is starting to get to a dire situation now for Tulik and them.
I will say I do like Stacy Tulloch's stroke. To me, that's the least amount of movement and a good follow through. So yeah, I know LJ, you said off camera that the last time you guys saw her, she had a weird side bend or something, but I think she's worked the stroke out pretty well.
Yeah, no, she said she's been working at that, and she's been playing a lot more steel tip. So basically, I think putting all of those pieces together has helped her tremendously.
This could be huge for her here. Getting those 216s out of the way would be monumental. I mean, let's just be honest here. Stacey McDaniel had a disappointing finish last night. She won the queen seat and then lost 4 straight games to Nicole Piercing to get knocked out. And even though she took it like a champ, she shook hands, took the photo still smiling. It was very much not the finish that she had in mind. And so now to potentially do the opposite today is huge. And honestly, good on her for being a great sportswoman. And it definitely helps when you have Jessica Steele on your team as well, throwing some very solid darts, very consistent darts. Doesn't connect there too much, only finding that single. So McDaniel gets these 3 single 15s. We'll have a 2 house and point advantage going into the Bulls here. Yeah, going to attack him right away. Last chance for Tulik, honestly. I mean, you get the shot. You have to take it here. Find the single. Might have to stay there now. If you trip, that's when you can move around. Is going to stay, and is going to load up a 7 there. Great shot from Stacey Tulik. I like that close on the last start there. Puts a lot of pressure here on Jennifer Carlton to close. If she does close both numbers, it's a dire situation, right? But if she doesn't, it basically can help you guarantee the win. It's a do or die. This is a big gamble. Let's see if it pays off. Jennifer wants to punish. Yeah, it does a quick switch. You even see Tulik back there does a point up saying, all right, if you miss one, go up. And that's exactly what they did. So at the very least, they are in sync there.
Yeah, but I don't really like that shot because now you're giving Stacey McDaniel a bit of a safety net that she doesn't necessarily have to get the point lead on this shot. She will, but...
No, I agree. If you're going to shoot at it, take your first 2 darts at it since you only had 2 numbers to close and a point lead.
I think you're committed on all 3.
That's also fair.
You gotta get as much of it out of the way as you can so that if they don't take the point lead when your partner comes back, she's got an easier close and potentially a 3-dart finish.
I think you're certainly right. Two or three darts at least. The one at it was not the right move, but it looks like they're at least fighting well on those bulls, forcing a lot of pressure on Jessica to score. Oh, did I say pressure? I'm sorry. She's just going to 6 mark. There was no pressure there.
There's no pressure.
Excuse me. What am I even talking about? I want to stick to cornhole. With no outshot available for the other team, Stacey should be able to go right at this bull. Good placement for her. Oh, gets away. So not quite over yet. Stacey Tolick throwing a 4.33 is definitely capable of hitting at least 4 bulls here. And she's going to have to. Do or die. Jessica Steele needs the 1 for the title.
Oof.
Not quite yet.
Psych.
Great start there from Jennifer to try to campaign back on the bulls. Needs another one.
Nope.
Won't connect.
Not gonna get it. Nice and easy. 1 dart, 1 bull.
For a 4-leg double dip. What's she thinking about?
She's thinking, I dip, you dip, we dip.
Got
she
it.
was thinking about possibly going bull or points, but she did not. She does hit the bull.
Great darts.
Yeah, congratulations to the 901 girls coming out on top 4 straight legs against Stacy and Jennifer there. Big congratulations to the ladies and a great performance and great redemption arc for Stacy McDaniel after last night. Really great to see. Congratulations to these ladies here. And now we're going to get to jump back over to the men's. We're going to see the Teabaggers and the Bad Boys. They're going to be redoing.
Pro-ams. Let me go round them up and throw them in there.
You go wrangle them, all right?
I'm going to go get the toddlers.
All right. So, I mean, honestly, these ladies there, they put on a good show for us. And I think that they were very dominant and showed why they got to that position of the bracket here. And I'm excited to see how these men's conclude. It shouldn't be long for them to get on over here. So we will be back with the action in just a moment. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer, and sometimes LJ doing whatever he does in the background. Well, back and better than ever for our finals here, as we are excited to see how the Pro-Am concludes here. We get a rematch of our King Seat matchup. Joe Cheney Chainsaw, Timmy Bagley, the Timmy, I don't know his third name, going up against Mason Sasser and Kelly Thornton here. Excited to see how this one plays out. So we're going to follow this match to completion here. And then from there, we're going to be getting the finals of the men's doubles format as well. And then from there, we'll be bringing back the action tomorrow. As tomorrow morning, we got the women's doubles 301, the men's doubles 501, and the pro men's doubles 01. And the pro men's doubles 01 is super important because that will get you a spot at the invitational shootout number 3 if you end up taking it home. Both party members of that will get that invitation. There you go. Almost said a full sentence.
You'll get there. Words are hard.
Yeah, it's okay. I did buy a new encyclopedia the other day. Been reading through it.
Stop.
That one was actually not a joke.
Nobody buys encyclopedias.
Oh, that's a rough bounce on there. It almost looks like Mason has a slight flick because his darts come in with some speed on them. That's why they have such strong bounces when they're not connecting fully in the hole. Ooh, unlucky flight there for Timmy. Now, Kelly has been playing more of that B spot, that anchor role, time and time again in this team pairing. And to be honest, he hasn't had the same level of explosiveness that I have seen out of him in the past currently. And so he's going to be playing more conservative. He's going to be loading up on points and leaving the shots to Mason. While on the other hand, Joe and Timmy honestly are shooting pretty equivocal at the moment. And therefore, their strategies and approaches have been pretty identical as well. They truly seem to be in sync. Tell me why. No? All right.
I can't do it.
You kind of wanted to.
I went with the bye, bye, bye.
Oh, you went bye. Is
Yeah.
that what that was? I thought you were just like making hand gestures at me. Great shot there from Mason Sasser finding the 9. Timmy finding 5 right behind there. Helps close that distance, but now giving control away. Kelly Thornton here, I would imagine, needs to stay on that 19 until he trips.
Remember what I said earlier. The longer the point battle goes, the more likely the better team is to win.
Oh, I certainly agree with you. Just knowing his play style, that's just going to be his approach for 9 times out of 10. He decides to stay there. Does find 7. But you're right. You don't want to keep poking the bear and let them wake up. The faster you can get a game from underneath them, I mean, especially when you're going against a high average versus a lower average, which I would assume Timmy and Joe probably have a higher combined average on paper.
Start with the look here.
I don't think he should have switched off there. I think you already started up there. You might as well finish out what you did. Maybe you didn't feel comfortable with where that dart was positioned, but I think getting the close there would have been more impactful, especially with the way they've been hitting those 18s.
Well, it goes back to that. You're playing as a team. One of you is going to be the point. One of you is going to be the closer. And in that scenario, because Kelly didn't move, Mason has to be the closer on that 18.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about defining your role. Like, my role in a doubles team is comedic relief. Is it ironic that neither of you even bothered to give a reaction to that one?
I wasn't sure what to say. Go.
Yeah, that was you failing at your role.
Fair play, fair play. Yeah, that second house.
Really needs to push this towards the finish line.
Oh, he's going to try to. Oh, it doesn't connect on the last there, but a great shot and definitely taking some words of advice from you there. I mean, you're right. They don't want to elongate this anymore. They don't want this to be any longer than it has to be. If it's up to them, they're going to try to win games quick and scrappy.
Yeah, you've got Timmy averaging 3 marks a turn. You need to take full advantage of that.
Good recovery in that last start from Kelly after a very much lazy, unfocused first start. You got to take your time hitting those big singles, and every one of these players on this board should never miss a single for them. If they're playing focus, if they're paying full attention, if they're fully engaged, because you don't want some momentum like a white horse here from Joe Chaney to start to change things up. Gives Mason a crack at the 6, but if he doesn't hit it, that means Timmy can certainly punish. Ooh, tough dart, tough dart. Can he get under? Oh, great attempt at it.
That was real close.
This would be a crazy time for Timmy to wake up. That will help, but doesn't completely close it here. 4-3 in the bull race. Kelly is going to shut down these 15s and go right on over. Great shot there from Kelly Thorne. Gives a celebration there, and something they didn't do in the king seat. Take a leg off these guys, showing that these giants can bleed. Believe it or not, that's the first leg that Joe Chaney and Timmy Bagley have lost in this event.
That is kind of an odd unknown. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't expect anybody in this field, especially seeing how the guys are shooting now. Like, you would have thought maybe they lost at least one prior. But yeah, it's just that was a great game. These guys need to keep it going.
Well, just a testament to their partnership of how well they play together and just how accomplished they are as individuals as well, to show how successful they have been. But it also gives a big testament to Kelly Thorne and Mason Sasser as the first team to be able to take a leg off them.
Absolutely.
Coming up next after this match, we do have the final set in place here for the men's doubles cricket. Cobra Kai versus Waffle Stompers.
Mason will get a chance here. Take control. Stay there. Get rid of the 20.
Yeah, he chose not to, but I do agree with you. He needs to take that shot. And regardless of the average difference between the teams, I mean, that 20 is just such a comfort number for so many players. You don't want to leave it around. But in this case,
they might have gotten away with one.
I mean, you can see the look of disbelief in Timmy's face. I mean, he was not happy with any of those darts.
Timmy just doesn't look the same player we saw in the king seat match.
Maybe he had some hot chicken and it's still burning.
Big darts.
And Kelly Thorne's heating back up to where I expected him to be. And where honestly, he was kind of just taking a more relaxed approach for the rest of it. Now it seems to be getting fired up and really engaged in this match. Great last start and a solid round there. Just getting that third house going in order of the larger numbers. Nothing wrong with that at all. Kelly here definitely should just go right at those 16s or debatably grab the 15s, whichever one he feels more comfortable on. But I think going at the 16s here is probably the preferred route. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, they're really bossing this leg.
Yeah. Especially a potential break of throw coming up here. And I mean, look at that. Kelly Thornton's really finding a stride right now. 6-6-7. And then Mason taking that B roll at the moment at a 4-3-3, punishing the lax performance of Joe and Timmy. A little frustration there for the Chainsaws. He just kind of throws up, gets his practice for the next game in at the 20 on the last start there.
Fire.
Yes, this is a good performance now. Really, really heating up. And Joe and Timmy know it. You can see their demeanor at the beginning was a lot more laughing, a lot more joking. Now, I mean, they are fully serious. They are fully engaged, and they're ready to rumble here. Oh, Mason. Oh, he wanted that one. You can see the big reaction there. Here's the Timmy coming back to form.
Timmy. Wow.
That was a great correction on the last, but I mean, to be honest, that was not the time to be doing that because they need to continue that pressure. They need to continually put the backs against the wall and make these pro players honestly start to struggle more. And instead, they're going to start to rally. If you're not constantly applying that pressure and really keeping the boot to the throat, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Joe definitely showing right there that, get the confidence to go back and close, taking the single and then going up to the 20 for a single and then coming back to pop off the trip 19 for the closeout.
And, I mean, we made it clear. We've seen that the bad boys team of Kelly and Mason do well when they're ahead. They do great. I think they're the best team in the room when they're ahead. But when they're behind, last time we saw them, they start to crumble. That's why they had a 3 straight loss in that King Seat match.
Yeah, it definitely affects your confidence. I think any dart player, really, I think everybody tends to play better when they've got that lead or that comfort, that I don't have to worry approach type of thing. But the really good dart players are the ones that can prove they can come back or stay on it from behind and rally to the win.
You can see right now, 3 of the players in the 5s, Kelly falling short to the 2. And that's where a bleed is starting to happen on this one.
Timmy seems to have snapped out of it, and that's the difference in this one. He struggled pretty heavy in the first 2 legs. Now averaging 5, 6, 7, and they're winning.
And he certainly had to snap out of it. I mean, he wasn't given an option with how much Kelly and Mason were really applying pressure those first 2 legs. It's either you wake up or the nightmare continues. And this time, they woke up.
Right. Yeah, and again, just a reminder for those, if you're just joining, Joey and Timmy are sitting in the king seat, so they really just got to win 3 out of this first set, and it's done. For Kelly and Mason, they've got to put together the string. They got to get that one more victory to pull the opportunity to bring a double dip in. So hopefully they can bounce back in this match here or this game, and bring that double dip opportunity around.
And that was a pretty weak opening from Mason there. Let's see what Joe's able to do with it.
So following this one, we will have the finals of our men's doubles cricket. We've got Cobra Kai in the king seat, which is Chadwick Smith and Wayne Harvey. And coming out of the loser side, we got the Waffle Stompers, Joseph John Rowe and Justin Monahan. So that to look forward to.
Kelly there finding some success on those 20s.
Not really happy with that. I would have started at that 19. Again, like you guys were saying, that in this case with Kelly hitting the big 7 mark, the role that Mason really needed to play there was the closer, and just 3 fat singles on the 19 to make it where they had to go find another number instead of closing down your 20.
Well, these 19s are going to go away. The question is, can he open on this last start here to reapply the pressure? He can't, and now this is exactly what Timmy and Joe were hoping for with that close, is to come back into a board state similar, if not identical, to this. Yeah, and you can see the confidence surging because of this is exactly what they planned. This is exactly how they drew it up, and just kicked up on the last, but executed flawlessly. 7 marks were the minimum needed to get that point lead. Oh, wow. Great shot there from Timmy Bagley.
Those 2 darts springboarded that up into the single.
Look at that. The chainsaw does do some damage there. 7 mark from Timmy previous, then a 9 mark follow-up. Good stuff from those guys there. This looks like it's about to be 2 apiece here. Yeah, that won't change much in this situation here. Joe Chaney just going to pound that, then go over to the bull here.
Ooh, I was going to say, and he makes it look easy except for that last one. Just a bit out. It looked like maybe did it hit off of that flight? Way, Timmy should finish this one up right here.
And he does so. Bagley bags it.
See, there's a good nickname, Bags It.
Bags. Copyright by Danny Baggish.
Yeah, well, he's not here.
That's fair.
Well, and his is Bag It Up. It's not Bags It.
Well, I don't know. If you look at his PDC performance, I'd say he bagged it up. Or bags it. Drop the bag. Fumbled the bag. What do you do with the bag?
Blah, blah, blah. We fumbled it.
Fumbled the bag. There we go. I definitely fumbled the bag there. All right, back to the action here. My improv comedy career is over, but Joe Chaney and Tim Bagley's run might not be.
That's a big opening there for Mason.
Yeah, can the young man take advantage of this opportunity given?
Kid's definitely a gamer.
For sure, he's
That
dropping
was,
he's dropping
probably the
tilted
biggest
towers.
spot. That was probably the biggest spot of this match so far. Really, the spot that we've seen him in. Leg 5 against this team, and Joe Cheney kind of gives you an opening. And he did what I like seeing. He kind of stepped back to the table, got himself a drink, and then walked up there and pounded it.
Absolutely. Now let's see if Kelly can give him the support he needs here. He does. That was a huge last start as well. These guys are really trying to rise to the occasion here.
Well, Joe and Tim are going to throw
Right
two
at the
marks and
neighbors.
blanks. It's going to be real easy.
In a Lost League decider for the first dip, this is the worst time to be doing it for sure.
Yeah. Stay on it. Nice. Nice.
They're proving the point true. When they're ahead, they will stay ahead. The problem is when you see Joe and Timmy get those strong starts.
Cheney finally finding some triples.
Yeah, better late than never.
Keeps a little bit of pressure here on Mason.
And this kid's really just in the zone at the moment here. Well, they do get the point lead for the first time in this game here. 158 to 153. Ooh, that one got well away from him there. Good correction, though. He was quick to fix out what was going wrong there. And that's what's so frustrating with Joe, and at least from my perspective, seeing him is he knows what he's doing wrong because he's able to immediately fix it. So it makes those misstarts so much more infuriating, knowing how you can just smack it in right after that.
Oh, kid should have went for the jugular there.
I was going to say, I thought for a minute he was going at that trip 15, but attempted to force that trip 19 in there.
Yeah, that's a big risk. 5 mark there from Timmy. He could have gone for the 8 mark there. Decided not to. Let's see how that works out for him. One-point lead here. This is a little bit dicier of a shot. Elected to stay. Now requires 2 singles before having the point lead. But a first start triple gives Joe Cheney the option to go for the closes if he so desires. Oh, my. Yeah, he really wanted that one.
Yeah. That was so close, too.
Yeah, it seems like Mason and Kelly are having a little bit of finish line anxiety at the moment. And you don't want to be having it against a team this strong. And he's back with a 5, getting that 1 point advantage. Yeah, DJ, I think you're absolutely right, though, that they haven't taken the jugular shot, and they really need to consider doing it.
Say that one was a good look at it. Just came in just under it, though.
And a great course correction on the last dart as well.
Yep.
Well, and if I'm them, I want Mason taking that jugular shot. Like, he seems to be the one that's a little more clutch. So, Kelly, load up the points. Let Mason take the shot.
Like that?
Exactly.
Just like that.
Now
Yeah.
you have options.
Yeah, I'd
I
take a
would
look
still
at
push
that.
the game towards the finish line.
Yeah, I'd say I'd take a look at that bowl. Yeah.
I think there's something wrong with adding on another bowl for the shot here, though. I do agree progressing the game forward, but the single 19 just does so much for him there.
I mean, I would have taken the second dart to look at the bowl. If you get a bowl, then you know you got, okay, was it a double? Because then you'd stay. If not, then you know you dropped to the trip 19. At least that's the way I would approach.
And that double-double from Timmy does make this a lot more interesting. 2-point difference. Yeah, Kelly's going to have to go on points now. He's going to have to find it.
Oh, man.
Not like this. Chainsaw just needs 1 bowl, 119, and a trip 18 to steal it and become champions.
It's over.
Just like that.
Yep.
Great darts.
Wow.
Amazing.
What a moment there. I mean, you can tell the big hugs there for Mason and Kelly. They're kind. I love Mason's candor right now. I mean, he is just smiling. He doesn't care. They did a great run, and that's awesome for them there. And Joe Chaney showing the professionalism, knowing this is my chance right now. I need to turn it on. He flicked the switch and executed great. That's how you do a finals. Congratulations to our champions, Timmy Bagley, Joe Chaney there, first place, second place for Mason Sasser and Kelly Thornton in our Pro-Am bracket.
And the men's should be ready to rock now.
Yeah, it is. Cobra Kai, Waffle Stompers coming up. We're going to get those people corralled on over to the bullpen, and then we'll be grabbing them by the horns and running that final, and excited to see how it plays out here. Don't go far, folks. We got LJ with a last name, DJ Sayer, Nick DeShera. Back in the action in just a moment. Well, welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and darters alike. Nick Teixeira, DJ Sayer in the booth here, bringing you our last match coverage of today as we have the men's doubles final going on here. Some good teams in front of us. We have the Waffle Stompers, Joey Johnrow and Justin Monahan, going up against Cobra Kai, Chadwick Smith and Wayne Harvey. This should be a good one here. This is Joey Johnrow stepping up. He, Florida player. I haven't seen him in a little while now, but what I do know is that when he was in town, he was a high floor player and very consistent. He has a pretty smooth action and pretty smooth persona on the dartboard. And then you see Chadwick Smith and his partner rocking the 901 boys jersey, and the 901 girls did a good run in the women's, so they're trying to see if they can do the same thing in the men's. Cobra Kai, I mean, they went this entire thing only dropping 2 legs along the way, and including being 2 straight on the Waffle Stompers. I'm just going to say the Florida team at this point. I don't know if I want to keep saying that team name. Joey Johnrow. Great first start. He's taking a moment to decide what he wants to do. It looked like he was about to immediately follow it. Now it looks like he's switching.
Yeah, correct shots go up. Get rid of that 20. Or at least attempt to.
Yeah, kind of got away from them. I almost wonder, even though, yes, the correct shot probably is to do that switch on the 20, just because of how he lined up with his rhythm, maybe staying on those 19s might have been the better option just because he was kind of autopiloting towards that shot. Let's see what Monahan does with this one. I'm already kind of annoyed at Justin Monahan because I thought I was going to have best hair this weekend, but I definitely lost.
The good news is both of you lost.
What are you talking about? Look at that. That is a man right there, let me tell you.
Yep, that's a man. Did you say Maine or man?
That's what I should have said. Harvey does chuck that last one in there. Kind of has one of those slingshot throws the way he throws that. Chadwick does find that last one there. Very impactful dart here. Makes Justin Monahan have to do a lot more work now. Darts well ways from the triple, but is staying consistently in that single segment. And that's the thing we have to remember is that this non-pro brackets that we're seeing, these guys are equally as capable as a lot of them have fallen off the list, maybe getting back into the scene or whatever else might be going on. But the other factor is that they're not going to have that same level of consistency that we see in the higher level play.
Well, to be truly candid, the Pro-Am didn't show us a whole lot of consistency. We saw some pretty slack games from players that you wouldn't expect it from. But I think to make it this far in the 2 out of 3 format for these two teams, I think they've probably had to have been pretty consistent to this point. But yeah, I think the standard certainly dropped from where we would expect it to be so far.
I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Cobra Kai team is out in front here. They are your king seat holders. Let us know in the chat who you're cheering for, who you got, where you're from, anything else you really feel like telling us. Unless it's mean, then don't do that. Then go comment on someone else's chat with the mean stuff. But if it's nice, comment on our chat. That's cool. Yeah, Wayne's just going to knock those out immediately and just quick switch. He has such a aggressive throw. I mean, he really just whips his arm straight up and then throws it right on through in almost a singular motion. It almost looks like a shotgun blast going off the way he throws it. But he does follow through fully, which is why they keep going straight for him. Complete opposite to like a more meticulous throw that you see for Joey Jonro. Hitting a 9 mark there to make me sound like I know what I'm talking about. Appreciate that, Joey.
I was lost. That first dart looked like it was straight at the 19.
I think it was, or it slipped of some kind. Maybe I'm not sure what that dart was.
I'm pretty sure his partner just looked at him and said, "Hey, you know that TV screen that the board has? You can look at that."
Yeah, crazy concept, right? Well, it's also on top of that. I mean, you have the 3-house advantage, and the point differential is a lot closer there. You can go for those 15s with that mark on it if you're not feeling comfortable shooting the 16s or whatever else it may be, especially after that first start. Crazy last start there.
Closing down.
Yeah, that was honestly crazy because that was a you need to hit it type dart, and he did execute it well. Joey Jonro needs to decide how he wants to approach this. Personally, I think just going all those 15s loading up to set up your partner for the go-around shot is probably the safer option. And that's a good switch on the last start. I have no problems with that shot. It forces perfection now for Chadwick Smith, who has been struggling a little bit this leg.
I mean, but if you're going to switch off the 15, wouldn't you try to take the 20?
Typically, yes, but I think he just wanted that guaranteed close. I think he just wanted to get one total dart removed rather than missing. Maybe it's just a confidence thing, but you're right. 20 probably would have been smarter.
Yeah, I mean, I understand this definitely saves a dart, but you just stroked in 2 triples and your last 5. So why not trip the 20 and then leave the easier shot for your partner and push your opponents down to a smaller number?
Well, I think that you're absolutely right because this is looking to be costly now. Wayne just needs to pop 2 15s. Yeah, it pops on the first. You go right. The Bulls, if he pleases, can load up some more points, whatever they decide to do. They're pretty much in pole position to go to match point here.
I'll say Cobra Kai is the king seat holders, correct?
That is correct. They've only dropped 2 legs this whole tournament so far. 4 legs total dropped for Joey Jonro and the Waffle Stompers here. 2 of them which were against Cobra Kai.
Well, that's because the best AM team is playing in the Pro-Am.
That is absolutely true. I'm going to be honest. I unequivocally, Kelly and Mason probably would have ended up winning out this bracket, considering they got second and almost took it the first dip.
I mean, honestly, I've always been a fan of playing up. Play up a level. It forces you to do better, get more focus. To me, you learn more. Because even if you lose, you're learning more from those that have already made the mistakes early in their darting career, and you just by watching, you learn the do's and don'ts, and I think that was pretty prevalent in that Pro-Am final.
I mean, you're right. You don't get better unless you play against better. That's why I stopped playing against my dad and started playing with Kenny Doyle. Wayne Harvey does take it there. 1-0 advantage going to match point scenario. Sorry, Dad. You're the best 2-8 shooter I know. Jerry Genre trying to get composure here. Needs to start them off right. With it just being 2 out of 3 here, I mean, the match point's a very scary scenario. They have to get 2 off the spin and then win the subsequent set. Great last start there from Wayne, but doesn't really punish the only 4 mark open. So now Justin Monahan can really do some work. It's all about getting that first one in the triple there. Oh, well, wayward for him. I would have to imagine with how much of a run that they have had, to have a shot like that is definitely not the norm for Justin there.
Way to stick with it and get that triple in there. Looked like a tough one, too. Just in that little opening in the corner there.
Kind of blocking himself out. Looks like he tried to switch to the 18, but I don't know if his arm was fully committed to where his brain was.
Uh-oh.
Oof. Just
Wayne.
on top.
It's still a big 7 mark.
Wow.
Yeah, Rutro Raggy for the Florida guys. And 3 marks just not going to be enough here. Chadwick just is going to pop those 2 and then move on from there. This is getting to very dire straits now. Yeah, those are gone. Decides to lob up a few more points there. Now a 53-point difference means a 6 mark will not get ahead on either number. Not a bad last start. Doesn't get it in. He pulls it right on down there. Wayne Harvey, who has been on fire this leg, just needs one more real good shot here to basically guarantee the win. Gonna attack right at those 16s. Needs to find the heart of it. Oh, that's a well-thrown dart. Yeah. I have to imagine the 15's going to follow suit the way he threw that. Yep, and there it goes over to the bowl. Wayne Harvey. What a shot. What a time to do that in the final on match point. Wayne Harvey bringing out his A game for sure, averaging a 6.0. Really showing up when he needs to. And takes it there. You have it here, folks. The champions of the non-pro bracket here. Cobra Kai stomps the Waffle Stompers in what was a great match there. And a great showing. Wayne Harvey really just played like a champ there and kind of laid down the law.
Yeah, that appeared to be probably his best darts thrown possibly throughout the whole bracket. To be honest, seeing that would have been the cream of the crop.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I thought you were going to do like a Macho Man Randy Savage there. Like,
No.
no. All right.
I mean, I could, but
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
Yeah, no.
Well, honestly, this has been a great day of streaming here at the Nashville, Tennessee Regional for the 38th annual tour. We're going to be excited to continue bringing you coverage tomorrow, as that will conclude today's coverage. Now, if you're excited about some of the upcoming events that we have next week in Michigan, we're going to be in Kalamazoo, October 20th through the 22nd. Then following that, South Carolina, November 3rd through the 5th, and New York, November 10th through the 12th there on our tour. Those are going to be our next couple stops there. And we're going to be excited because tomorrow the men's doubles 01 is going to be exciting to see who can potentially get their spots in the invitational shootout here. DJ, what do you say?
Yeah, I'm thank you for filling in. Glad to have you part of the team. So first completed day of commentary with you, Nick, went well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more. So I am off tomorrow, so I'll see you next weekend.
All right, thanks guys again for joining all of us here, and thank you guys for letting me partake on the mic. It's been a minute since I've jumped on, so it was fun.
No, absolutely. It's great to be commentating with you guys. I mean, DJ, you and Gordon, been looking up to you guys for a long time, so it's been a pleasure. And LJ, please wear cologne if you're going to sit next to me next time.
Right?
No, exciting stuff, guys. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. Our events start bright and early at 9 a.m. Central Time here. So be ready for that, and we'll be bringing you the action. But that will conclude our broadcast today. So thanks for watching, and we'll be seeing you guys next time.
Peace.